Hello, day 152. Let me close this thing on the side here. Okay. So yeah, today I'm working towards wrapping up this feature that is one of the prerequisites to launching my game platform, which is snapshotting and log compaction. So let me give a quick recap of that. So up until now, all of the changes to the game server state has been captured in this sequence of commands called the log or the journal, and it gets quite long quite quickly, especially when we're going to have actual players in the game, actually things happening in the game. There'll be a lot of commands very frequently appended. The journal will get very long, and I'm using the Raft Consensus algorithm to replicate this log across all servers in the cluster. And one of the chapters of that white paper linked to there about Raft talks about compacting this log to make it faster to start up new servers. And so I was implementing that last week, so that now, this being the original journal, it gets reduced to something like this, where it's basically either empty, or let's pick a different one over here. Actually, they can't all be empty. Here's one. So much shorter. It's basically it's showing the last up to the last 10 commands based off of a snapshot. So this being the snapshot, let me collapse it a little bit. So this is saying that the last index captured in the snapshot of the game is the original log entry number 197. So if we were to look at the original log and go down to 197, so the snapshot contains everything all the way down to that line, but not this line. So we should expect to see that line, term 80, server 10 client report, to be the first entry in this new journal. Actually, it says 81. Interesting. 197. I think maybe I miscounted this. Oh, right, because there's a break in the middle, right? Yeah, this break. So it's going to be... this is going to be the last one in the snapshot. So right. These three that go term 80 are last, and then the first one here is the term 81. So, yeah, now it makes sense. Hey there, Sultanator. I'm having a good day. Still reading the book. I hope you found the book to be useful. It was useful for me when I was still picking up modern C++ to pick like the right containers and some tricks to use them. Okay, so anyway, the log compaction is working. We're making snapshots now, and you can see that these serial numbers are generated. Every time we make a new snapshot, it's going to take, excuse me, it's going to take the old journal, form a new snapshot out of it, and then take any entries that it couldn't collect in time and put it into the new journal. And it's going to repeat that until it kind of devolves down to a much smaller log. There are 6 different iterations here because it was quickly snapshotting while it was replaying the log the initial time. So anyway, yeah, every time we form a new snapshot, we increment what I'm calling, what am I calling this? The game journal generation. And then that number becomes the part of the file name. And so the very latest is just called game. When we make a new snapshot, this game snapshot is going to become 6 snapshot, and then there'll be a new snapshot past this one. So, like I said, this compaction is working. The last piece of the puzzle is actually communicating the snapshots to new servers. Right now, the whole system's broken. If we started up a new server, and the new server would say, hey, I don't have any entries. And then the leader of the cluster would say, well, I have entries starting in 198 and newer. And I have a snapshot that covers 1 through 197, but there's no way we actually send that snapshot. So the Raft paper talks about an install snapshot RPC. I'm going to implement something like that. Let me pull that up. So yeah, here's the white paper, and go down to chapter 7. Talks about log compaction. And they talk about this install snapshot RPC. Oh, by the way, here's a nice picture of what a snapshot looks like. So you basically take all of the entries up to a certain point and collapse them down by just keeping the current state and the last term in index and just tossing away the actual original journal entries. And then your new journal is based off of the snapshot. And you don't actually have to change the commands in the journal after the snapshot, which is kind of nice. What's cooking? I'm doing the install snapshot RPC of Raft Consensus algorithm today. So the idea is that the leader is going to send chunks of the current snapshot to a follower. And I don't know if I want to do it the way they do it here. They talk about sending it in pieces or chunks, and the transport layer I'm using is WebSockets. It already has this concept of sending things in chunks. So I might just send it as one huge message and let the WebSockets layer chop it up into chunks for me. But it's pretty basic. We'll include what term we're in, our own ID, and then this is the parts that are in the snapshot. The last included index and term, the actual data for the snapshot, and this is also built into WebSockets, I believe, whether or not it's the last chunk. So it's going to be pretty simple. We just need to add this concept to a Raft. All right. Oh, and I have a new link, by the way. It is called Prototype. I spent about 5 minutes on Thursday on stream showing a demo of a mock-up of the game, and I went and highlighted it. And I kept that highlight in Twitch. I haven't put it on YouTube yet. But if you haven't seen the mock-up that shows the initial graphics and the interaction between client and server in a very small prototype scale, you can check that video out. It's only a few minutes long. It's mostly focused on the front end and not showing the code, but it kind of gives you an idea. An idea of what there will be when I actually am doing game dev, at least at the beginning. Okay, so let me think about this. I need to make a test case here, right? Probably belongs under replication. Let's call it install snapshot. And let's do it from 2 different perspectives. So leader install snapshot, and we'll do follower install snapshot. All right, so the idea is to install a snapshot, the leader has to find out that the follower is so far behind it doesn't even have the first command in the journal, that it has to go all the way back to the snapshot and send that. So I kind of want to take a test case that where the leader has to back up and copy that. There we go. Leader append older entries after discovering followers behind. So it's like this test case, only it's so old that we no longer have it because we've compacted it into the snapshot. So let me take that. Hey there, Nui. We're doing snapshot installation, which is in Raft here. Chapter 7. All right. So we need to actually make it start with the snapshot. So let's do that. The way I've been doing this is setting a base index. And while I'm setting the base index, I should also set the commit index to the same thing, since by definition, everything in the snapshot has been committed to the cluster. And then base term to record what term is covered. And let's pick one that's not the current term, just so that it's easy to test. And then we'll add, just add one no-op entry. Or does become leader add a no-op entry? I don't think it does, actually. Yeah, so let's add one for the same term. What does this do? It just puts it into the log. Okay. So we'll have a snapshot with these pieces of information in it, and then we'll have a single entry of the journal based off of that snapshot that has a term of 8. This is to make sure that the leader actually sends out append entries to the followers, and then we're going to say, right, with this false, we're basically saying we don't have that entry at all. So match index should be, I guess it could just be 0. Doesn't matter, right? And then what do we expect to get? Instead of getting an append entries, I expect to get a new kind of message. It'll be install snapshot. Install snapshot, and it has the previous index and term, and those will be index 100, term 7. And it has to have some kind of snapshot. So the question is, how do we give Raft the snapshot? I have to be careful because when the snapshot changes, we need to make sure that the journal also changes at the same moment. So it probably makes sense to have the snapshot come from the journal. So that means I need to have some kind of mock snapshot. So let's make one. It could be anything I want. It really doesn't matter. The Raft doesn't care about the contents of the snapshot. So let's make it an object that has, like, I don't know, foo bar or something. Doesn't matter. And then we'll just make sure that that's what we get out. If we look into the snapshot, right? So that can be an expect. And this is install snapshot. Snapshot. Sounds good to me. What's that? This is, hey there, Romania. This is implementing this part of the consensus algorithm for one server giving a new server a snapshot of the game. So all the theories in this chapter 7 of the Raft algorithm, but essentially what it is if you start up a new server and then the leader of the cluster asks the new server, hey, take these new journal entries. So it might be something like server 12 is the leader of the cluster, and let's say here are the current journal entries, right? And it tries to send these to the new server, and this new server says, hey, I don't have anything, before this one. I'm missing entries. The leader right now is going to say, well, crap, I don't have any of the entries before this one because they've all been compacted into this snapshot. So the last index that went into the snapshot was 197. So we've removed 197 journal entries to collapse it down to one snapshot. And we only have 198 through 20 whatever. So before we didn't have to do this because there was no snapshot, and if the server needed to, if the cluster leader needed to, it could go all the way back up to the very start of the game state and send command 1 through 197, right? Rebuild the entire game state. So we can't do that anymore. When the leader discovers the new server doesn't have anything from the old snapshot, it has to send the entire snapshot as is. So that's what we're expecting here. That the unit under test, which is the leader in term 8, is going to send out a message saying, hey, here's entry 101, and we're going to pretend that a follower of the cluster says, well, hey, I don't have 100. You need to send me that. It's going to say, okay, well, here's the snapshot. Yeah, that's the idea. So a new kind of Raft message. Yeah, I know, I did. I kind of hated to start my own stream because I'm missing Adam's stream. If you haven't seen it, you should check out Adam's channel. He is doing a April Fool's Day stream where he's typing on a piano and it's typing out code for him. Hey there, Koba. I've heard about Premake. It was on discussion in my stream last week, but I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. It's likely that when I look into that, I'll make an alternative setup for VS Code, so for people that don't like CMake, to use something like Premake instead. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. All right, so there's no snapshot in the log yet, And there is no install snapshot message type, so which one should I do first? Let's do this one first. So this will be JSON value snapshot. All right. Yeah, that's what CMake does. So it sounds great as an alternative. People come into my stream a lot and ask me how to set up VS Code, and I show them the video I made that uses CMake to make build systems in VS Code. But for people who hate CMake, it's like I wish I had an alternative. So pre-make sounds like a good thing for me to get into. All right, install snapshot. We need to have a new type here. I might as well just put it in the pair, right? We need to have the results as well. And it's sort of like append entry, so I'm going to copy the comments for this. Single translation unit compilation. Cool. This is sent by cluster leader to, okay, it's only sent to replicate log entries. Let's say server state that has been condensed into a snapshot. This is sent by follow respond to an install snapshot message. Okay, so we just have to have this member of the union then. I think I'll just copy what I have from append entries. This is install snapshot. This is the current term. I don't need leader commit, right? I just need what this says. Leader ID is implicit. So last included index and term. That's there. Let's use the same terms that they use too. Last included index. That way, if anyone's looking at the white paper and then look at my code, they'll be able to make an association. This is the index of the log entry of the last log entry that was used to assemble snapshot. I'm going to repeat the same language down here. Okay, and the actual data. So JSON value. What language do they use to describe it? They just say snapshot. So I need to come up with my own language. This is a condensed form of all the information the server needs to reconstruct state as built from all log entries from the beginning up to and including the entry with index of last included index. I'll even put backticks on that. So JSON value needs to be included here. And just to make sure, I'm pretty sure it's true, but I need to have Raft depend on JSON. Yeah, it already does. Okay. Little taste of CMake there. Okay, and then the results, term, and there's no success or fail. It always, and there's no match index. So it's just term. And really that's only to cause the leader to revert to follower if it's not, if it's an incorrect term. Oh, hold on a second. I'll be right back, just a sec. I didn't really go anywhere. I just took my allergy medicine. Felt weird doing that on stream, so okay. We're gonna add the members of the union here. And install snapshot, and then I need to capitalize some of these. Okay. And I changed this name, right? To last included index, last included term. Cool, now we can build it. Oh, I guess not. Oh, I wonder if that's because I have a JSON value. Oh, right, I can't put, that's right, I can't put the JSON value into a union like that. So what am I gonna do? I guess put it outside like I did for the log. Yeah, let's do that. I'll say this is used for messages of type install snapshot. Let's put these in different paragraphs while we're at it. And then the unit test needs to be updated. It goes directly to snapshot instead of install snapshot. Okay. So the cost is that every message has potentially an empty JSON value and an empty vector. So I could fix that later by refactoring to not use union. I don't think I need to worry about it right now. Make sure it builds. I think it's going to build this time. Let's see. Should I do the next test case or should I do the code first? I guess we'll do the test case first. Let's have it look like a follower receive entries success, because it always is a success. When it gets that, it's basically going to wipe out its journal. It's going to start a new journal. Right, gonna save the snapshot. Actually, the executor will end up doing this, right? Yeah, this has to be synchronized with the executor, because the moment we receive this, we have to start a new journal, because the very next append entries is going to go to the new journal. So let's see, how am I going to do this? I guess we'll have an entry. But we're not going to start the log with that. We're going to have a snapshot. So I'm going to look at this, right? It's going to be a special Raft message like this. And I'm not going to actually care what messages we send here, am I? Actually, I will care. So actually, I don't want to have this next entry. We just mobilize the server, and then we're going to form the install snapshot. And this can be whatever I want, actually. How about 8? Or, wait a minute. Didn't I have a convention I was following? Yeah, leader ID and term. That's what I was doing. Copy pasta. So here I can say the term. Yep. Term. Leader commit. There's no leader commit. It's last included term index. We can say whatever we want. Last included term 7. Why not? Why are there no suggestions? Anyway, we're getting rid of this, right? It's going to be snapshot. We can do whatever we want here. So I'm sort of partial to foobar. So we'll do foobar. So the idea is we're receiving this snapshot. I'm not going to clear that because we want to actually see what we get. So, oh, I do want to precede. I think I do want to precede the log with some old stuff in it. Yeah, let's do this. Hold on. Thought I had a helper for that. I guess not. Okay. So some kind of pre-existing entry. And we'll make sure that we end up with nothing at the end because the log should be replaced with a new one. And then we should be received one message, which is the response to this install snapshot. Do I need to set the term that we were in? I think so. Let me see how this is done for normal append entries. Oh, okay. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. 8. Is that how this works? It just picks up the new term, so it should be term. Install snapshot results. That's the only thing I expect, right? Oh, I need this one to say install snapshot results. There we go. I think that's right. Oh, we also want to make sure what? Actually, that's all. That's all that. This part, I actually don't think it is relevant. This Raft doesn't clear out the old entries. That's going to be something the executor does. Yeah. So let's clear that out. Actually, that means I need to have a callback, doesn't it? That a snapshot has been installed. I don't think I have one. Yeah, I don't have one. So let's add one. Yeah, something like this. Set snapshot delegate. And it will be given the snapshot. That's what we'll do. Const JSON value snapshot. And let's store the snapshot. So snapshot. Snapshot installed. Let's capture that by reference so that in here I can make a copy. So that down here we can just say expect equal to message snapshot installed. In other words, we expect to receive this callback and it should have the contents of what we put into the message. All right. That means I need to add that. Got a lot of delegates. Snapshot delegate. All right. Set up a delegate to be called when the server receives how about we'll say when this server has received a message installing the given snapshot to set the server state. It's not given here. Installing a snapshot. Okay, this is delegate to call whenever the server this as that. Alright. Don't like to split with hanging the. Let's define the delegate function that returns nothing and is given a const reference to a JSON value. Why type when I can copy pasta? Declare the type of delegate used to announce to the server, and then actually again I can copy from down here, right? There we go, this part. Alright, it has a parameter, snapshot. This is the condensed. Let's just say this is a complete. This contains a complete copy of the server state built from the first log entry up to and including the log entry. That means actually we should include it in the delegate, right? All of this, all the information from here needs to be included in the delegate. Although it is redundant, I'll just include it anyway. Including the given last log entry. I'm trying to reword this here. So including the log, the entry at the given, what do they call it? Last included index. Last included index. I already documented this. There it is. This is the index of the last log entry that was used to assemble a snapshot. Last included term. This is a term of the log entry that was used to assemble a snapshot. That's not exactly true, is it? Term of the log of the last log entry. Somehow that last got removed. Okay. Index is a size t. Term. Oh, that's misspelled. Huh. Let me search to see if I didn't misspell that somewhere else. LSAT. Okay, search is slow this morning. No results? Oh, at last. Okay, plenty of results. Didn't misspell it anywhere else. Okay. Last included term. Actually, let me stop and think. Do I actually need those? Actually, don't think I do. Do I? In general, would a user of Raft need to know that? I suppose they might. Let's just include it anyway. That means the unit test has to do the same. Like that. And I suppose we'll just save those pieces of information. Last included index and snapshot. 0. I like to zero initialize any primitive type. All right, so we're going to be setting those, so we need to capture them by reference and save them here. I misspelled it, didn't I? Okay, that is that. And the other variable is this one. All right, I should probably check them down here. Last included index, last included term. The index was 100, right? Actually, I guess what we're doing is just checking these variables got through, right? Okay. Okay, so that was a virtual method I added, so it's going to cause a bunch of compiler errors until I add it everywhere. So let's search for set caught up delegate, which is a neighbor. And then add the new override after it in all the places. Do nothing yet. I want to see the test fail at first. Here's a mock. Let's do the mock. And the declaration of the mock. There we go. All right. Field finished. Great. Okay. I'm impatient today. Should fail like I expected to, I hope. Leader. Failed on line 1098. Oh, 1097. Right, so it's not sending install snapshot, it's sending a different message, which Google test can't decode because I don't have a helper for it, but I think it's doing append entries instead of install snapshot. That makes sense. And then when the follower receives it, it doesn't send anything. So this 2 should be the leader ID, shouldn't it? Anyway, it didn't send a response. Okay. Which one's easier to do? Probably the follower. Let's do the follower one. I just have to remember where did I put message receiving. Did I put it in a table somewhere? I put it in a switch. Right, because there aren't a whole lot of cases, so I just left it as a switch. So we're just basically adding one, right? Called install snapshot on install snapshot. And we're going to move from the message the snapshot. Install snapshot. It's okay. So wherever we have on receive append entries results, we're going to make a copy to handle the other message. Oh, wait a minute. I got that wrong. Well, that was weird. I heard a strange beep. Actually, it'd be better to copy on receive append entries, because that's closer. Only let's put it in the right place, which is right here. On... I think it should be on receive install snapshot, right? Hey, dude, man. 007, how's it going? On receive, install snapshot. This is called whenever the server receives an install snapshot message from the cluster leader, contains messages. Okay, this is not entries anymore, it's snapshot. This is what? It's copied from the documentation of snapshot, shall we? Where'd I put it? Here it is. This is a condensed form of all the information the server needs to reconstruct its state as built from all log entries from the beginning up to... Let's just condense this down. Hey there, the Epic Unknown. Browsing the Googles, I see. Did anybody find any cool April Fool's jokes? Other than the one on Adam's channel. He had an awesome April Fool's Day joke on his channel. He's probably still doing it. You should check out his channel. He has been practicing since September to type on a piano code. He developed a program, I guess, that adapts his piano to act as a keyboard on his computer for code, which is pretty impressive. He can type up to 50 words per minute just by typing keys on a piano. Condensed form of all information server needs to reconstruct its state as built from all log, and how about just say from a series of log entries. And just cut it short there. And then we're going to change this, right? So this is JSON value, R value reference, snapshot. Okay, there's the declaration. Let's go fill in an empty body for now. Server impl. Okay. And just step by step here, I'll make sure I didn't break anything by doing that. Just run all the Raft stuff again. Oh, that's interesting. I think this is that bug again. Hey, look at that. That's a bug in Test Explorer UI. Huh. A refresh to get back to sane state. Okay. Wish I knew how to recreate that bug. I think it has to do with the fact that every time you rebuild, this Test Explorer is rescanning the computer for test executables, and then it gets confused about what it had before versus what it finds now. Okay, this is the test I'm going to focus on. All right, so it didn't break anything. We still only have the 2 failures, right? Okay. So what do we do when we receive an installed snapshot? Probably similar to what we do when we receive an append entry. So I'm just going to start by copy pasting that entire thing, which is an ugly mess, but that's okay. We're going to be cutting that code here anyway. Okay. So suppose we're just going to print out one diagnostic message. I might as well make it a level 3 one, because it's an interesting message to receive. Received install snapshot. Blank entries. Let's say up to blank from server blank. In term blank, right? It tells us the term? It does, okay. We are in term blank. Okay, so there's a lot of things here. The entries are found in where? It's last included, it's message details, last included index. Actually, that means these two are redundant. So blank entries up to term blank. So it's last included term. From server blank in term blank. We are in term that blank. Okay. Got it. And then we're not printing out any strange details. We're forming a response. Install snapshot results. The only thing we need to say is what our current term was. I have a feeling that I got the test wrong. Because this is returning... Oh, wait a minute, no, never mind. I think it updates itself before it sends a message, so we're good. All right, so if we're in a greater term, then we don't do anything. So really, it's if we're in a lesser or equal to term, we do something. What was this? Same term. Oh, that's if the... Okay. That's if we're the leader. Do we want to do the same thing? What does this say? Reply immediately if term is less than. Right, that's what we'll do. That means our term is greater than. Create a new snapshot file. The first. Okay, we're not going to worry about the chunk stuff. Write data into snap. Yep. Wait. If existing log entry has same index and term as snapshots last, retain log entries following it in a reply. So what does that mean? That means if we have a log and we have entries in our journal that are after the end of the snapshot, we're supposed to retain it. But does it really matter? Why does it say to do that and then discard the entire log? Huh. I have to remember this, that it could result in a configuration change. All right, anyway. Does this mean that we're only doing it if we are a follower and not a leader? Actually, I think it'll be covered by the term. If it's stale, the term will be our term will be greater than the message's term. So it's handled by that. So I guess I can just remove all of that. Right, so we could revert to a follower because of this. If we're not the leader, or our term, okay, that's guaranteed to be that, so I don't need this or. If we're not the leader, and this is also true. Why do I have this election state changed? Because if we're not a follower, we become a follower. If we are a follower, there's a election state change if the term is different. Okay, yeah, I do want to keep that. So update our current term and do all that announcement stuff. Yeah, we keep all this stuff. Catch-up index. I guess the catch-up index, that's for when do we open our public port? You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove that because we'll just expect another append entries to do that for us. Okay. Yeah, we're not advancing the commit index in this case. This doesn't happen. So we're doing this part. Looks like I don't even use that next index at all anymore. I'm removing that. And we're not adding entries, right? We're not doing any of this stuff. setting our last index. Yeah, so we are setting our last index. When are we doing that? Actually, we're going to do that when what? Actually, we don't need to do that. We're counting on the callback to do that for us, right? Okay, to keep it simple. I'm not doing the callback yet for the snapshot, but I want to see if at least that, if that test gets a little bit further. It did not. Okay. Let me fix that in a minute. I need to take a quick break to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Hello. I'm back. Okay. Let's find out why this didn't get called. Breakpoint, debug. Oh, really? Never got there. Why not? I don't know. Let's see if it got here. Okay, let's see. It gets here, and then what? It goes to default Y. What's the message? Oh, I didn't do the serialization updates. That's why. I forgot about that. That's in message tests, right? Right, serializing and deserializing snapshots. I should do that. Okay. Let's pick Let's pick this test. Serialize, deserialize. Paste it onto the end of the file. Serialize, install snapshot. Okay, the term, the last log index of the last included term, and the snapshot. With our foo bar example. There's no entries. Okay, here we go. So I expect it to be that. There's no leader commit. It's just snapshot. And then, can I just cheat and do this? Just say that's snapshot. I'm just going to do that. Hey there, 85 filter. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. It's spring break week right now, which means I'm not alone at home. I have 3 kids running around who are right now cleaning up the house. Ha. All right. It's a Monday? Yeah, it's a Monday. Okay, yeah, I had forgotten to do the serialization for the new command I just added, so that's why my tests were failing. Install snapshot is the new command type. I'm going to totally cheat and at least copy these 3 lines. This last line I have to do a little bit differently. It's in the opposite direction, so we're going to put it here. Terminate the message, and then deserialize it, and then check to see if we get what we expected. Install snapshot. Last included index, last included term. These numbers aren't matching, so we'll fix that. And then I can do this, right? Expect. Let's pull this out, actually. I'll pull that out, I'll call it snapshot. And I'll make a const JSON value snapshot equals that. Hey there, Adrive. Where should you write the functions, before or after the main? I usually write them before main, just so that I don't have to forward declare them in C, right? If you call something from main and it's not declared before main, compiler warning or error, right? So I usually put them first. So, like, the order of my code is usually bottom up. The main is the bottom, and then what it calls is further up. And the very top is usually the leaf nodes, for lack of a better term. The functions that don't call anything else will usually be first in my code. But it's personal preference, really. It's whatever you think makes sense. Okay, snapshot is there, so I can expect it here. Message.snapshot. All this stuff goes away. All right. Let's pass those tests. Oops. Oh, I didn't update that. Deserialize, install snapshot. Yeah, you've seen a lot of controversy, probably because different people prefer different things. Kind of like there's a lot of controversy over tabs versus spaces and over where to put braces. It's all kind of silly, I think. It's whatever you think is best for you. Or if you're working in a team, it's whatever convention your team has. All right. It's not the important stuff. You're only supposed to sweat the important stuff, right? That said, there's something to be said about establishing some kind of standard way that you do it so that you're consistent, because consistency does matter. So if you get used to reading someone else's code and they're not consistent, then you basically are always getting frustrated that you can't, like, why don't they write it the same way every time? The consistency is important. Where did I want to go now? Oh, right. Message CPP, right? Yeah. Put your faith in the what? Why would it be telling you that, Mike? And hello, Mike. How are you doing this morning? Right. Variable names, class names. It's a film trailer. Is it an April Fool's joke, maybe? All right. A new thing to serialize. It's called install snapshot. Install snapshot. How does it differ from the others? It doesn't have a commit. This one's called last index, and last included term. Otherwise, it's pretty straightforward, right? And then this is very simple. It's install snapshot dot. Hold on. Oh, it's just snapshot. I'm like, where do I put it again? Snapshot equals snapshot. All right. You're being facetious? Of course you are. And I can never get that because my capacity for humor is broken a lot of the time. Install snapshot. Okay, and what? Oh, let us do that. Term and then last included index. Last included term. This you could almost make a tool to auto-generate this if it had reflection or used reflection, right? Snapshot. Chat communication doesn't help? Yeah, there's a lot lost in just text only, right? Okay. Message test, yeah. All right, that's passing. Now time to move back onto this and see this test, if it did it get further? I think it got further this time. That's good. It got all the way to the end. It's just the term is wrong. Why is it 0? That's strange. Oh, there were other things that didn't pass. Oh, nothing passed. Huh, the code is 0? That's not right. Okay, let's follow through the code and see what happened. It's supposed to get here. Let's see if it got here now. It did get there. Great. So it's going to respond with a type 6 message. Term is 0 for now, but it's going to change here because it updates its current term. Q is a leadership change, revert to follower. Q, election state change. Oh, I'm not updating the term. But it should have sent the response. Yeah, install snapshot results. Interesting. So what happened here? Let's go to here and run the test again. Hey, there's just another anti-anti player. Anti-anti player. Interesting name. Let's debug this. I am debugging it. Okay, let's start over. Go again. Okay, what does the message sent look like? This test common. Message is sent. Here's the message. Type is unknown. Okay, so it didn't get sent correctly. Why would that happen? I don't know. Huh. All right. Something really strange is going on. It should be sending it. I did just do the serialization work, so that it should have gone through and serialized it, right? It should go through here and go into this. I don't know. I guess I can see that happen, right? Cool. So it's going, where is it? In the call stack. Oh, did I do one and not the other? Oh, that's what it is. I didn't do the results. We need the results. Okay. I'm just stupid sometimes. So I have the message, but not its response. So let's do the response. Install snapshot results. It's only got one parameter, right? Term. So it's a lot simpler. It's just that. And then there's no snapshot. It's just the results, just the term. And that's all we need. That goes there. That goes there. Results goes here. Okay. Hey there, Jamaica. How's your compiler doing? Compiling a lot today? I hope. All right, let's implement the code to make the test pass. That's just more switch statements, which are pretty simple. Copy pasta. Results. Getting closer to getting LLVM to like your generated code. That's good. Okay, that's working. Now try this again. Okay, so it's the correct kind of message, only all the information is missing. It's term 0. Term 0. Why would it be 0? Oh, right. That's because it actually might be 0. Oh, thanks for the follow. Clabeline. When we receive on append entries, and when we put in this initial term, does that ever get changed? That's what I want to know. No. So how come the test was expecting that? Success. This one. I mean, this starts off in which term? Whatever the initial term is. I don't know what it is. Do you have experience doing audio engineering? Yes, I do. Yep, I've done audio plugins. A starting point? You could look into either Juice, Juce, which is a pretty cool framework for making audio plugins. Or you could look into, what is it? The graph-based one. It's been 6 months since I did this. It was in my last job, so I'm trying to remember what it was. There's a framework where you can draw up graphs of audio filters, and it's made by Bicycling 76? Let me look this up. Oh, I can't remember. Is it cycling something? Cycling 74? That's what it was. Max MSP. Max MSP. I find the link. This one's kind of cool because you can play around with setting up audio routing in a graph-like thing, and then you can make a plugin which is just another box in the graph and then hook it up different ways. So I guess it is cycling 74. I don't know what Ableton Live is, but it runs like an audio engine, and you set up a graph for where you want audio data routed to and from different things, and then you can make a custom plugin. And it's really not much more than just a library with a main function that has audio in, audio out, buffer in, buffer out. So it's pretty simple to start with. And they have examples and tutorials. So one of those two is what I would start with. You want to be able to code your own audio effects? Yeah, so you can do that in those two. So Juice is just a framework for making what do they call it? Audio workstation, digital audio workstation plugin for various APIs, and then Max MSP is just, what is it? Just it's a framework for playing around with such plugins. Okay, see you, Mike. Yeah, Juice is kind of cool in that it is also a platform abstraction layer, so you can write a plugin on Juice, and it'll build for Mac or Windows or Linux or whatever Juice supports. We use that a lot at my last job. Okay. Yeah, let us know how it goes, 85 filter. Followers even. Where was I? Oh, I was trying to figure out why those were all null, right? Oh, they're null because I didn't serialize them. Do I need to run it again? It's still null. 1147. Oh, the term wasn't. Oh, right. Now I understand. Now I remember. I was going to find out why the term isn't set updated. Success. This. Whoops, not that one. This test expects 8 for the term in the results, but that 8 comes in the original message. So how does that work? Let me see how this works. I'll find this test in Test Explorer, and I'm going to run that in the debugger while putting a breakpoint here. Here we go. Okay. Right, so our term is 0. How does it get... So it should go out as 0. How does it get changed? That's what I want to know. It's still going to go out as 0. Well, how does this work then? Wait a second. I don't get it. How does this work? Oh, that's how it works. There are 2 of them. Got it. Okay, so I misunderstood that how it's supposed to work. All right. So the first one will be 0. It won't be this term. It'll be whatever term it was in before. Actually, I guess I can test that by having it receive a bogus entry before. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay. So it's like one of these. Right after it mobilizes, let's just say 7 so that we can pick 7 down here. All right. Did I set up the testing? Can you run every single test alone? Yeah. So I use a few extensions, and some of them are documented there, but on top of those, I should probably redo the video, but I'm using Catch 2 and Google Test Explorer, and I'm using Test Explorer UI. So the combination of those gives me this test button, which pulls up this, and then from here I can run an entire fixture or an entire test suite by using these various buttons. and I can go into individual tests, which is what I've been doing, and I can say, show me where the code is for that. And then there's a little context-sensitive thing here. I can show the log. I can run it in the debugger, either clicking here or clicking here, so it's pretty handy. And another viewer actually told me about this Test Explorer UI, and that was after I recorded that video I just linked. So that video link talks about how I set up VS Code to start with C, C++ extension and CMake tools. So how to build, and then how to what it means to write unit tests with Google Test, which is what does that macro mean, and expectations and assertions. What does that do? So that's what the video covers, and then yeah. Test Explorer UI is the neat Chrome on top of that. Okay. I ran that, right? What were the results? Okay, it got the term correct. So now we're down to the snapshot is not correct. Oh, right, because these require the callback to work, and I haven't done that yet. Okay, let's do that. So this snapshot delegate has to be installed, and then we have to call that. So that's what we're going to do. I think it's just going to be like that one, right? So impl snapshot delegate. And then I need to store that. Let's store it next to this guy. Comment him with the same comment that the header file has. What's up, Witchin? What do you think about Telegram? I don't know what Telegram is. Sorry. Don't know it. All right. Here's what I want, right? That gets copied to here. This is a delegate to call when the server has received a message installing a snapshot to set the server state. Exactly. Now we actually have to do it. So that's append receive. Let's receive append entries. So it's kind of like one of these. Let's just invent it now. Where do we want to call it? Probably here, right? So it would be Q snapshot announcement. And I need to include the snapshot. Snapshot. I guess we're giving it to them, right? So standard move snapshot. Yeah. Let's see. If I can do this without copies, that would be nice. Declaration. Here's a good place. JSON value, R value reference snapshot. Q a snapshot announcement message. Not really a message, is it? It's a callback. Well, we're calling it messages. To be sent later. Oh, I wanted all three of them. Okay. Let's include all three then. So include the index and term. And we'll go ahead and copy these variables. Back to where we use it, because I need to pass in all three things. So it's message, right? Message details. Last included index, message details, last included term. All right. So a lot of this is boilerplate. So there's going to be some kind of queue of announcements that we're going to form in here. 3,171 types that are either a structure or a union. Yeah, they were really into that. It's like they picked one convention where every message had a structure for input and a structure for output sometimes, and then they have like thousands of messages, so they have thousands of structures. Okay, yeah, so it's going to be similar to one of these up here. So snapshot announcement. I'm going to have to retype this. Dot snapshot. Let's move it in. Whoops. Control C, Control D, Control V. Okay. Let's just copy this and paste it down here. Snapshot announcements to be sent. Move in the announcement. Okay, so I need to define that type. Oh, it got its own header file before? Okay, fine. We'll make another one. Snapshot announcement. Let's put in the new kind of header guard. Remove the old kind of header guard. Snapshot announcement. This is going to need JSON, I know that. This holds information used to store a snapshot announcement to be sent later. This is the snapshot installed in the server. Actually, can I just copy from the header here? I think I can. Let's just do that. Paste. And then this one. Control Q, okay. One more. Term. Okay, and then because that's a new file, I want to put it into the list of headers. Goes here, right? So source snapshot announcement HTTP. Okay. So then this will have to include that. Or do I include it here? Huh. Oh, is it because it's in this header? Yeah, that's why. Okay. Snapshot announcement. All right. Okay. Surprised it didn't pick it up. Anyway, wherever that is, let's make the queue next to it. Queue of snapshot. There we go. Snapshot. Okay. Now IntelliSense is caught up there. So wherever this is processed, we'll need to process the other one as well. There's where it's queued. Here's where it's sent. So I'll have the same kind of thing. Down here, send queued snapshot announcements. Snapshot. Okay, and this one I need. Move it near this guy where he's declared. Let's copy that. Oops. Oh, one more. This is the delegate to use to send snapshot announcements. A lot of this is just boilerplate. Boilerplate's the same kind of code, only slightly different. I could probably come back through here and refactor and use a template macro combination to remove this boilerplate. Okay, so inside of the thing, there's the snapshot. There's the last included index and last included term. All right, and then it gets popped off. Okay. Now this is the one that's not called, right? So let's find out where this one's called. Here it is, and then send snapshot announcements. There we go. All that machinery done. If I didn't miss anything, hold on a second. Oh, okay, good. They closed the door. Kids came home, dogs barking. They need to make sure that the door got closed. Does not take one argument. It doesn't. Why not? Oh, that's announcement. Oh, did I forget the S on that one? Shoot. Oh, it was queued. Okay, that's what it was. Hey there, Kobayashi Maru. Yes. For me, it's still good morning, but yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, etc., etc., etc. Yep. 3,171 initializers. Not 3,170, and not 3,172, but exactly 3,171. Okay, this is different. Snapshot delegate. All right. Run the test and see if we get further. I didn't get any further. It didn't actually send it. Let's see if it didn't get here or not. Where would we find that if it did? Here? Let's see if it got here. It did not. Okay. So did it get queued? I possibly forgot to do that part. Oh, it should have done it here. It didn't. Why not? Didn't get there? It gets there. It skipped around that one. Oh, I messed up in the test. The term numbers are wrong. Yeah. So we can't go from 7 back to 5. How about 4? 4 to 5 sounds more reasonable. 4 being less than 5 and all of that good stuff. Wish they would fix that bug. Oh, look, it's passing. Where was that one? Look, there we go. It's passing. Yay. So follower stuff is done. Now I need to do the leader stuff. So it's just sending the wrong message. It's sending in append entries and not install snapshot. So we need to find out where that code is done. It's if we're going to do a replication, right? So replication, temp log replication, right? So this is basically saying ignore it if it's not in our configuration set. And then, aha, I have a to-do here, marking where I should do it. Thank you, past self, future self. Thanks you very much. So I'm going to basically turn this into logic. So if the next index is before base index, so if instance next index is less than our current base index is shared log keeper get base index, then we're installing a snapshot. Otherwise we're doing append entries. And let's copy this one. If we get to here, we're replicating snapshot, or installing snapshot on server. Let's make that higher priority message. Hey there, Leonardo Smith. I'm going okay. I'm kind of in some complicated details of a backend server to a game platform, so a lot of stuff is hard to make sense of if you haven't watched me from day one, so I can explain a little bit more about what I'm doing. Or you can see the kind of game I'm trying to make. I made a little prototype, and I had a highlight of sort of showing that last Thursday if you want to take a look at that. Thanks for the follow, Creo Hex. So I'm making a multiplayer large-scale game based on that small-scale prototype that I just linked. It's only a few minutes long if you want to see. And because it's going to be hosted from the cloud and multiplayer, I have to have a lot of backend facilities up and running before I actually do the game dev. And so I'm still setting that stuff up. All right, so you know what it feels like? It feels like I'm working on a machine at a microscopic level, and you come in, random people come in and ask, well, what are you building? And it's like, well, it's kind of hard for me to show you because right now we're looking through a microscope. You know, if you've ever heard of that game, Guess What the Thing Is, and you only are given a microscopic view of it, it's kind of like that. I'd have to zoom out and show the whole thing, which is really hard to do with code. I have a few diagrams that attempt to do this in my notebook, which you can get to through the notes. So overall, the game will be played in the browser. It'll connect to the game servers through WebSockets. And there are multiple servers that basically each have a copy of the game. They talk to each other through WebSockets as well. And part of that process is to use state replication. And I use the Raft Consensus algorithm for that. And then the problem I'm working on today is if you bring a new server into the cluster and it doesn't know anything about the game, rather than replaying the sequence of changes that built the game from day one, we're going to have a snapshot of the game state, and we need to install that snapshot onto the new server. So that's what I'm getting here. Basically, if it gets down to it says, well, the next index in the log that the new server has is before our base of our current log. That means it's so old that we don't have it anymore. We need to actually install the initial snapshot instead of trying to append entries we don't have. So we'll have to explain what you're working on. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So, but if people have questions, I don't mind stopping my work to answer them. And I do have a small set of videos pre-recorded and highlighted that I can try to respond with. So I have the one I just linked there about the prototype, and I have another one for the background on how I set up for test-driven development in VS Code, which I'll link that again here if you guys want to see that. Somewhat longer, like half an hour, just showing how I set up VS Code. All right, installing a snapshot on server blank. So there's no starting. Well, we can say ending. That's what we can say. So instance blank. The number of entries is going to be our base index. And the term is going to be the base term. And that's all I need to say, right? Does it not get base term? It has no member base term. How am I storing that right now? I probably gave it a different word when I mobilized, right? Where is mobilized? Is it here? Here it is. The log knows what it is. Oh no, it was get. It was to ask. Right. It was to ask it. So we have to ask the log keeper to get the term, and then we need to pass in the base index. I think it's safe to just call it again, because we hold the mutex while we're doing that. I think that's fine. All right. So we got to form the message. The message is install snapshot. We have to put the, oh, here we go. That's how I'll do it. So then that makes more sense. What we print in our diagnostic message will match what we actually do send. So that makes me feel better. I was worried about the variable changing while we were between sampling at one time and sampling the next time. So we get the term of this, the message of the command with that index. And then I can just say that and that in the diagnostic message. All right, and then is there something else in here? Term. Okay, we need term. So it's the same thing as in the append entries. Should I put that first? And then there's a snapshot. And here's the difficult part. We're not actually holding on to a snapshot from the beginning, so... Or did I add that? I don't remember if I added that. Shared snapshot? That's where I would want to put it. I don't think it exists yet, though. Whoa, what is that? That's an example mangled name. Wow. I recognize some of those words. MIDL is Microsoft Interface Definition Language. A stub is... It's one end of a marshaled API call. That's the longest? Probably because there are a lot of arguments, right? I see this pointer to translation tables. It was interesting to see what you can decode with your eyes. RPC is remote procedure call. Yeah, so it's like a marshaled message with a lot of parameters. So are you hitting any kind of limit? Because that looks like it's way beyond 256 characters. Okay, where am I going to get the snapshot from? What does the test expect the snapshot comes in from? Oh, that the log has it. Okay, so we should be able to ask the log for the snapshot, right? get snapshot, which we don't have. So we'll have to add that. But assuming that we have that, is that all I need to do? Yeah, I think that's it. I just thought of another bug. That's why I paused there. Okay, so log keeper needs to have a snapshot. So let's add that. And snapshots are in JSON, so this is probably a good enough place, right? JSON, let's make it a const so that it's not necessarily a copy. Get snapshot. 565, wow. Impressive. Return the state server state snapshot upon which this log is based. Okay. Okay, so I think I can just look for that and all the places, all the 15 places where it's found, we can look and see if we need to add it. Nope, nope. Here, yes. What's this mock going to return? This is going to return snapshot. Okay. Do I want to put it right between those two index? I guess it's fine. So right there. And then here. This is the real journal. So for now in the real journal we'll do nothing. I'll need to add a unit test. Let's put a note here in case I forget. Needs implementation. Needs test and implementation. All right, this is the coordinator that's not going to be testing this feature at all, so we can just return an empty JSON value. Just to satisfy the compiler, just return. Can I just do that? No. Let's do that. And what? A couple more places, right here. This one's for the executor. The executor. We testing this? I don't think so. Value. All right. Full generated initializer. Oh my goodness. How many arguments does this thing have? That's crazy. Well, this is why we make compilers, right? So we don't have to do this by hand. Once you're done with the compiler, you kind of zip it up and you don't look inside it anymore. Impressive. I still have some error. Oh, right, we can do that. Oh, didn't I have? I had like a way to remove, or to, I had a way to return, oh, no, I know what trick I was going to use. I was going to do it this way. Static placeholder. And let's go back and find the other place I did that. Is that here? Well, this has to return something. Let's find out where it is. Here it is. Yeah, I remember doing that in college too, but not on the scope of what Jalmega is doing. He's getting his language to interact with C and picking some really challenging libraries like the Win32 API in Windows, which has like thousands and thousands of API functions and structures and stuff. All right. I wanted to have a test for this. No, that's in journal. We'll get to that. Let me do the Raft thing first. Still not succeeding. Why? It's not sending the correct message. Let's debug it. To get that, I need to go to the source, then go up to here, and here's where I want to be, right? So debug from there. Okay, what is the next index? 101. It vanished. Okay, 101. So it's not. Why is the next index 101? Oh, because we need to have it fail first. That's what I did wrong. We need to have it. No, that is the fail though. Oh, right, it goes in there twice. Right, so we should clear breakpoints. We should get here first. Debug. And then when it goes into here, then we should handle it differently. Wait a minute. Why did it go into here? Why did it? Okay. I didn't do this right. Start over again. Yeah, it should go in. I should have debugged this part first. It was 102. 102. Oh, I know what I did wrong. This become leader has another argument called acknowledge initial heartbeats. I need that to be false. And then I don't need to do this part. I hardly ever have to use that overlay, but yeah, when someone rings the doorbell, the dog goes nuts. 128,000 lines, wow. That's after cleanup. Crazy. Oop, I ran the wrong button. Ah. Alright, later install snapshot. Okay, still wrong. So let's see what's going on. Hold on a second. They forgot to close the door. Someone else got it. Okay. We're at that point. So go. It should go into the fail. And then what is the next index? Why is it 102? Oh, does this... Oh, because I had the no-op entry. Why did I do that? I don't need that. That's just getting in my way. So when we become the leader, we don't have a no-op entry. It's going to send a heartbeat for 101 being the next, and this is going to say, no, I don't have 100. So then it'll go back and install a snapshot. That's what I want. Show and test explorer. Run it. Still wrong. Can never get it right on the first try, or the second, or the third, apparently today. Purely metadata with alias and type defs. So yeah. So now we know Win32 API is a perfect test vector for making a language that is compatible with C, right? Okay, cool. So it should go into 10, it should be 101, 100, right? And this should, I guess I don't need that, I guess I'll keep that breakpoint. So it is, oh, it should be less than or equal. Yeah. Because the next is in the snapshot, which is the base index. Then we need to send the snapshot. Say show and test explore. Click that button a few times and I get it back. There we go. Hey, look, we're passing the test now. Yay. That means Raft should be done. I need to update the journal and other components to be compatible with it. All right, we're making progress. Let's make a commit. Let's garbage collect first. Only 9,000. I thought we would have more. I'm just kidding. Snapshot announcement, yes. Git snapshot. Cool. Oh, I just thought of another bug. This installs the snapshot, but it doesn't advance the next index. It should do that. When should it do that? It should do that right away, shouldn't it? Doesn't this probably advances the next index as well? It doesn't. Is that because... I think that's because it shouldn't advance it until it receives back the success message. Okay, let me not check it in yet. I think there's another bug. I think I need to see that in the test first. So that would be in this, that would be after, that would be when the leader receives the snapshot results, right? How am I going to test this? That the heartbeat following an install snapshot is, right, okay, so that after installs a snapshot, the next heartbeat message should actually have 101 instead of 100 in it. So let me put that here. So leader next append after snapshot installation. You have to ignore this. This is all a bug in the test UI. It goes away as soon as I build. Like if I build now, it should go away. So become the leader. That should force it to send the snapshot, and then we should tell it to receive install snapshot results. Like this. So it's install snapshot results. Okay, see 85 filter. Good luck with the audio filter. Hey, I just realized filters in your name, and you're also looking at audio filters. Nice. I'm slow sometimes. Okay, this term is what? 8. And that's all we need to say, right? And we were receiving it from the same guy, so 2. So yeah, What do we expect to receive back? I think there we would expect to see the heartbeat, right? So let me bookmark that. And I think this is what I expect to see, right? The leader should try to... Oh, that's the wrong thing. Leader should try to send the next message. This thing. This is what I expect. It's just sending append entries where the previous is 100. Previous term is 7. And there are no messages. Okay, that's what I expect. Trying to see why you can't seem to generate any types for LLVM. Seems like some structures have gone missing. Uh-oh. Those anonymous ones. Compiler thinks I don't need it. Run. So yeah, it fails right now. So it doesn't actually send a message. So that's what I thought. There's a bug here. Get rid of some breaky points. So it's on receive enters results that we send the next one, right? Yeah, this thing. Advancing the next index and the match index, and then attempting the log replication. That's what that was what was missing. So on receive, install snapshot. That's right. I don't even have a handler for it. Okay. I don't have a handler for it at all. I need to have a handler for it. Results. And that's all the arguments we need, right? Yeah, it could be. Like a compiler you can think of as a machine that processes stuff. Compiler can throw away things if it thinks, oh, that program never referenced it. I can just make it gone missing. You don't need those socks. You see, you didn't know this, but washing machines have an AI, and they say, well, those socks look bad. He doesn't need them. Let me just make them go missing. Okay. Declaration first, I guess. Makes sense to me. This method is called whenever we receive the response. Okay. Did I name this results instead of response? Oh, I guess it is results. Huh. It's results, not response. Okay, I've just been saying the wrong word. Just curious. Whoops. Does the white paper call it results or response? Oh, they do call it results. That's why I've been using that word results. Okay. Now it all makes sense. Okay, yeah. Get rid of that. Okay. Go to where that's implemented and implement the next one. Okay, so I'm going to copy mostly from on receive append entries results. So we'll just start by copying the whole function. Paste it here, and then we're cut out the things that I don't want. So, oh, I do need the sender instance number. Shoot. Let's include that back. We need to know who sent the message. Yes, that's important. All right. If we're awaiting a response, we're measuring the broadcast time. Received install snapshot results. It tells us the term from server blank. We are our instance number and term whatever. So there's no success. It's just term. There's no match index. It's their number. We are what state in what term. Okay, that's good. If they're in a new term, we revert to follower. If we're not the leader, we return. It's always success, so it's just this. And now this goes away. And this, do I need all this crap here? This is only to see if we can advance the commit index, right? Oh, I guess I still need this. Shoot. What a pain in the ass. I should mark this. This really needs refactoring. Ugly code. 2 instances of this code. Which part do I use? WebSockets? I use that in all of the message sending and receiving. So one step removed from this. So in my diagram here, this is what I'm working on right now. So the WebSockets are given from the WebGate to the coordinator, and the Raft implementation doesn't directly talk WebSockets. It's meant to be reused, so you might reuse this in a place where you're not using WebSockets. So it just has a generic API that you have to give it when you first mobilize the server. Where do I have that? Maybe it's not mobilize. Oh yeah, it was this. You have to give it a function to call whenever you want to send a message. And then you call another function whenever you receive a message. And so the way I have that hooked up in the coordinator is this send message delegate. If I were to track that, it will end up calling a send message on a WebSocket. How come there we go. So in here, it calls this, and it goes to messaging, send text message, and if it send text message sends the message to a WebSocket. So that's where it's used. That's the part of the server where it's used, is in the coordinator. I'm not sure if that's exactly what you're asking. Let me know if I got it wrong. Or if you'd like me to elaborate more, that's fine too. Cool. Thanks for the follow, Metal Face 510. Okay, so the match index is going to be whatever our base index is at this point, right? Actually, how do we know? How do we know from the response to the install what our snapshot base is? Yeah, what if we made a second snapshot while we were waiting? What would we do? Oh, that's a problem, isn't it? I actually think I want to augment this to include the extra information. What I want to get out of it is the index. So what was that? Last included index? Let's include that in Let's call it match index. So then we'll require that message to include a match index. Just in case in the meantime we've made a second snapshot, right? And so if it's not the last one we have, this will trigger the next message to be sent, either the next snapshot or the next log entry, right? So that means I want to include match index. Actually, that's a good question for the creator of this algorithm. What if between the message and the results, you actually made a second snapshot? Then you wouldn't know which snapshot they were responding to, right? Maybe it says somewhere in here that they don't make a second snapshot while they're waiting for results from a previous install. That's possible. They also might be assuming you don't make snapshots so frequently, so the time between snapshots is maybe much greater than the RPC timeout. Then I don't have to worry about it so much. But let me just do it anyway. Not that hard. I can just go to message test and require that we have a match index. Put whatever we want in there, as long as it matches. And then put it down. Where do I have my, okay. Where did I have my clipboard? I had 100 in there. 100 for match index. Okay, so then we're going to add match index to the message. Here, I'm just going to copy it from this structure. This is the index of the last log entry which the followers determine. Okay, so it's simpler than this. Or is it? Actually, that's true, right? It'll be the last index of the snapshot. Always. It just makes sure that we know which snapshot they're responding to. Okay. So that's here, right? Match index. Okay. And then the other direction. What's the deal here? Did I miss some syntax? I don't know. I have a feeling that I missed some punctuation somewhere. It is a member. I added it. Oh, I put it in the wrong place. 104. Oh, this is not picking from the right structure. What happened? What happened to my IntelliSense? It didn't help me there. I don't know. Maybe it's just slow. Okay, let's test the messaging again. Cool. So in here, the tests need to make sure that we're setting that. Right here. So this should say what? 100 for the match index. There we go. Let's run this test first, because I think I didn't write the code for this yet, so it should fail. Yep, okay, let's fix that. So that's unreceive install snapshot. It's in here, right? Why am I sending that? That doesn't make sense. Let's fix that. The match index should be exactly the same as the last included term from the message. No, the last included index from the message. That's just how we match it up. I do have a few. Well, I have basically one RESTful API, which is to request a WebSocket. So, do I go into detail on that in the prototype? Not really, but you can look at, I don't know if you've seen it, but I have like a few minute clip highlight of where I showed the small scale prototype for what I'm doing. And you'll see that there is only one connection open from client to server. And it's a RESTful API, sort of. Actually, no, you wouldn't call it RESTful API. Like, that means I'm at 0 RESTful APIs. I think originally I intended to have RESTful APIs, but then at the end I'm like, I should just make everything WebSocket. So WebSocket is an HTTP connection that gets upgraded right away, and so it's not really RESTful. It's very stateful. The WebSocket has its own state, and I leverage that quite heavily. So the state of the WebSocket I persist, and that's like the client identity. And if they log in as a player, then I attach the player identity to that client, and so yeah. It actually simplifies the client-server interaction quite a bit. If everything's just if everything's over WebSockets, I only really have one API, which is start a WebSocket. And then once you have a WebSocket, then I just have rules for that level. So I can do stuff like restrict it so that you can only open one connection, because that's all you're going to need. And the frequency that you open connections should be pretty low, because you'll open the connection and it'll stay open while you're talking. So yeah. Simplifies things a bit. All right. Let's try this test again. Yay. And then the next one. Or the previous one, I mean. Yeah, that I expected to fail because we're not done yet, right? Actually, there's still... It got to 11:21. Okay. Looks like it's trying to install the snapshot again, so it shouldn't be doing that. Right, it's the handling of the results, so let's look at that. So go here and then run that test again. Show here, I want to run it from here. Okay, snapshot results. Term is the same. The match index is 0. Okay, that's not good. Oh, I forgot to fill it in the test. That's why. This needs to actually set it. Not there. It's not the test, it's the actual code, right? Oh, I just had this wrong. There we go. And then I have to include the match index. So we have to say, basically, that has to always be the same. That's how we match up one command with the other, with the results, I mean. All right, so let's run it again. Getting there. It didn't respond with anything. It should have, because... Oh, no, it won't, and I need to advance the clock for that to happen. The heartbeat is sent out at an interval. So I have to advance it to the next heartbeat interval. Where is that done? I think this is how I was doing it. Advance the clock a little bit. Right. Okay, so is this really part of the act? Technically, that we do want to clear the messages first, then respond to the snapshot, then wait a little bit, and we should get the heartbeat after the snapshot. It's been 2 hours and 14 minutes. Are there any security flaws? There would be if I did not use transport layer security, but I use that. So it's as secure as HTTPS. So basically, you have a TCP connection, then you upgrade it to encrypted with transport layer security, and then on top of that, you do the HTTP, and then on top of that, you do the WebSocket. So the security is handled at a lower layer before you even set the WebSocket up. I don't use certificate pinning, but I don't really care about how slow it might be, because that certificate exchange only happens at the beginning of the connection, so it only happens once for every time you play the game. So not too worried about that. The only side of the connection that's really encrypted or authenticated is the server, right? So the client will authenticate that the server is who they think they are. The way I deal with authenticating clients is different. That's the traditional password, username, password. So once you get the WebSocket established, you know that there's no man in the middle as far as the client is concerned. The server figures out who the client is, because the client basically sends their username and password in the clear inside of, not in the clear. They send their password inside the encrypted connection, and then the server then hashes the password and compares the hash, and then it knows that there's no man in the middle for the client. Unless the man in the middle knew who the client's password was, and the only way I could stop that is if I required client certificates. But then that opens up a whole can of worms where in order to play my game, you'd have to have an SSL certificate. And I didn't want to have to deal with that. So I figure if people keep their passwords secure, like they don't share their passwords and their passwords aren't hacked, then that's good enough for me. Someone hacks your password, they'll be able to play as you in my game, unfortunately. So pick a password that's not hacked, change your password if it's leaked. And I certainly don't store them in the clear like Facebook does. I use PBKDF2 to hash them. All right. Hey there, Romania. Oh, you've been here. That's just a kappa. Yeah. Does anyone know if you can get your plain text password handed back to you by Facebook by filing a GDPR data request? Because if they have your password in the clear and you send them a request for all your personal data, aren't they legally obligated to send it to you? If someone mails you to give them your password, it's easier if you kept them plain. I see. And then the flip side of that question that I had is your hashed password considered personal info? And in that case, is Facebook or anyone obligated to send you the hash of your password, because it is personal info, right? Someone sitting at a coffee bar and someone on their laptop launches Fiddler, enables HTTP decrypt, which creates a fake. Yeah, but the certificate to my server will be signed by a certificate authority, right? So they wouldn't be able to create a fake certificate that would pass the certificate authority check. Right? They would have to somehow be a trusted certificate authority. So everything rests on that. Certificate authorities need to be not hacked. Is that what certificate pinning is? So what I do is I go through Let's Encrypt, and I get a SSL certificate. It's signed by Let's Encrypt, which is a certificate authority, and that's a certificate I use on the server side to during the TLS handshake. If that's what certificate pinning is, that's what I do. Yeah, but I just didn't. I thought certificate pinning meant something else, actually. I should look it up. Make sure I understand what these terms mean. Let's look it up. Certificate pinning. What is it? Looks like I looked this up before. Oh, look at the, yeah, look at the April Fool's Day. Gotcha. Ooh, I actually think that's annoying. No, I don't ignore the root trust thing. I guess I don't do that. I just use the traditional signature hierarchy. It's kind of annoying. I can disable it by hitting the top clock thing. Okay, I'll have to do that. It's before April Fool's? That's just the new way it's done? Ooh, look at the sparkles. Actually, how do they do that? Are those canvas sprites? Y2K. Yeah, that's very Y2K. Max headroom and all that. Okay. It's not sending a reply here. Did I build? I didn't build, that's why. Okay, now let's try again. We got 4 messages. Oh, that's right. It's going to send one to every single server. So, yeah. I have to actually loop through them and find the one sent to server 2. Okay, we can do that. For const auto message. So first we'll have a flag. Expected message found. False. Messages sent is what we loop through. And then expect true. Expected message found. So if 2 conditions, then this is true. The 2 conditions are that the type has to match. If message, I guess we'll call that sent, dot message dot type equals that, and the other condition is that it has to go to that receiver. So how do I record that? Receiver instance number. Then it was found, and then I can do the other checks here. All right, so message sent replaces this. Well, thanks for the follow. Just another anti-player. If you don't check the certificate public keys matching yours, that is that the CA is valid. So I'll show you literally what I do. Maybe you can tell me, because I'm just sort of a noob. That's why I didn't write the TLS stuff myself. I used LibreSSL. So if you look at the code I have, this is all on GitHub, by the way. I made a wrapper that uses LibreSSL called the TLS decorator. And during the handshake process, let's see where that is. Where is that? Is that here? Process? Right, so for in certain testing situations, I disable that, but most of the time this is not called. So it's default protocols. And if we're the server, I set up the certificate this way and the private key so that we can sign things. I might have to decrypt the private key. And then we run TLS server, TLS configure. And the configuration, I think all I set up in the configuration was the private key and certificate. I think that's the only things I set up. So everything else is just the default. Certificate, private key, and then tell it to make a server. So I think all the default security mechanisms are in place. The only thing I do sometimes is I disable the certificate verification. So I know I remember there were extra functions for enabling the pinning that you were talking about, but I don't call them. I think I'm fine. Some time ago, you're required to make an app that uses only one integer to authenticate the server, so you had to be sure to not share the traffic with them. Okay. Yeah, I know, Jelmega. The encryption stuff is scary if you get it wrong, right? So I am using LibreSSL, which has the same API as OpenSSL. And for testing, I am going through a shim layer, which is just a one-to-one mapping from the shim API to the actual library API. So yeah, I'm not doing much more than manipulating certificates, private keys, configuring, connecting, reading and writing, clothes free, all that stuff. All right. Insecure traffic disabling might be bad for you as well. Let me look that up later. I'm not sure what you mean by insecure traffic disabling. Do you mean they're just like not accepting HTTP and just requiring TLS? Because that's what I'm doing right now. It requires TLS. Try to talk to the server. It on a without doing TLS, it just will hang up on you. But just in case you're mentioning something I should be looking up, let me keep a note there. Thank you for your feedback, by the way. Cool. We're passing now. Let me hack it so that we don't do this, and I should see it fail, right? Uh-oh. Yeah, that is a problem. Actually, yeah, and I don't need... Oh, wait a minute. No, that's if they're not... That's if we have more data. So actually, I should have another test for that. So let's comment that out, and let me make another test for this. It's going to be a slightly more involved test, actually. That solves problem when SSL certificate expires and you don't renew it. Yeah, right now when my certificate expires, the game, you can't connect. In fact, that happens to me testing locally because I use a self-signed certificate and I have to manually okay the exception in Chrome before the game will connect to the server. All right, leader next append. So this will be... Actually, it's pretty much the same, only we should say here. Let's just call this heartbeat. So the difference here is I need to actually have a log entry. Pending when they respond with that. How am I going to do that? Guess what we'll do is we'll say append no op entry from term 8. It's just that they have to reply false twice. And that's one brittle thing. Right now, the first reply will be for 102, and then 101 is false, and then it'll say the snapshot. Another way I could do it is I could just here repeat until it sends installs a snapshot. Maybe that would be easier. So do or while, really? Let's have a helper. While not install snapshot sent. Shot sent. So we'll just do that. And then this is a helper. So let's define him here somewhere. That's a mock. Where's my fixture? Here's the fixture. Let's put it at the end. It has to return bool though. Collapse this other guy. You want to check this quickly? I don't have it running on the cloud yet, but when I do, I don't mind helping people helping to test it. And I'm not sure what Fiddler is. Let me look into that. I know I don't have it installed because I don't know what it is. I'm going to be running the server on AWS, and when I get it running, I will appreciate if anyone would like to help me test it. It's to check HTTP requests. Yeah, I use Postman for that. So Fiddler is something different. Okay. Yeah, let's wait until, I don't know, a week or two from now. I should have something on AWS and we can test that. You can run the application on my PC and just try to log the user in. Well, right now on my PC, I'm not using a properly signed certificate. It's self-signed, so it's not. It wouldn't be an accurate test. So yeah, let's try again when I have it on the cloud, and then it'll be a real test. Yeah, no problem. I appreciate the help and all the suggestions and stuff. Okay, install snapshot sent. It's gonna have something similar to not the results. It's this one. Expect these. Actually, it's gonna be a loop like this, right? I don't care about the receiver. Yeah, this is all I will need. Messages sent. Don't I have access to that? Yeah. Oh, because I need to prefix that. So, return false if we ever get here. Return true if this is the case. And it's install snapshot. So if we find an install snapshot message sent, we're going to return true. And also, hold on. Do I want to clear the messages sent? I do after here. Okay, I do that. Okay. Let's see if this fails the way I think it will. It doesn't fail. Okay, so something's wrong. Let me debug through this. Debug. So one knack. You only took one knack? Oh, this needs to be front, I think. Okay. Well, thanks, Lowerago. Yeah, I'll post on my Discord at some when I actually have it live, and then you'll know, or you'll see it in my stream or something. Yeah, I'm interested to see what it is we're going to be testing. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, let's see. Debug. One knack, two knacks. Oops. Just run. Oh, it does break. Okay, cool. We recreated the problem, I think. C9. Oh, and I don't want to do that. It should be sent immediately. So that's probably how it should. Yeah, it didn't fail the correct way. Now it failed the correct way. What it's supposed to do is replicate the entry. This one. This should immediately respond with trying again with a different log index. In that case, it'd be installing the snapshot. So that's what I wanted to see. And it still doesn't work. Did I build it? I did build it. So go to there. And then that should go into here. Go. Next is 101, last is 101. Right, so it does go into there. Wait a minute. What's the base index is 100, right? Oh, it didn't subtract 1. That's the problem. Oh, no. Hold on. It's doing the right thing. Append entries. Previous is 100. Okay. So what? Was it because it's queued and I'm not waiting? That might be what. Yeah, that's what it is. So what are these other? Okay, it's wait one loop. Right. Okay, that's the problem. I didn't wait one loop. Hold on. No, it should have sent it. This will queue it to be sent, and it should then be sent. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong test. I'm just dumb. I'm so dumb. Here's the test. We do have to wait one worker loop because it's asynchronous. Still failing. Shoot. Okay, there already is a breakpoint there. Why is it failing still? Oh, hold on. 1170. Oh, what is this? That shouldn't be a 0. That should be a 1. It will be the no-op entry. Yeah, okay. That's what I did wrong. Yeah, we should just check that the term is correct in it, and that will be 8. Okay. Whew. I'm going crazy. I got this wrong so many times. There we go. All right, let's just run all of them now. Yay. Okay. That took a little bit longer than I thought it would. So here's the additional work that I missed the first round. We include the match index in the response. I forgot to handle the results completely. Now we're handling it. And this was setting the wrong thing entirely. Now it's setting the match index correctly. And now we're handling a receipt of it. With a little to do to clean that business up. And right, that's the receiver. Adding the match index in there. Right, that's a helper I added. So we're testing both heartbeats and appends, like log replication after a snapshot. Okay, cool. This is all together. What do we say? Install implement server. Implement snapshot installation. Okay. I think I'm okay pushing that. Keywords to search on the web. Certificate pinning. Yeah. So I'll put that along with the other notes you sent. All right. So I think Raft is done. Now I just need to make sure I integrate it correctly. And that will be in the journal has to have the snapshot in it. So that was next, right? I probably marked a to-do for that. I think this is actually old. Yeah, here it is. So let's make a journal test for getting the snapshot out. Actually, that I need to be able to set the snapshot too. So I guess this will be one test called snapshot. Snapshot. It probably makes sense to do it in start, actually. So it's just yet another argument to start. All right, so let's do that. So it's kind of like this then. So I think the way I had this set up is path based. Yeah, so it's the index and the term that were in the snapshot. So there's going to be, in addition to that, an actual snapshot that we should be able to get back out. So we can just put whatever we want here. Actually, I'm going to construct this outside. Const auto or const JSON. Const auto is fine, actually. Snapshot equals that. Whatever I want. So foo bar. Put the snapshot in. I could put that all in one line again, right? And then I expect to get it back out if I ask the journal to give me the snapshot. Easy peasy. So start just needs to be augmented now. Hey there, Incognition. Making okay progress. I'm going through the various details to get game state snapshots to work in my game so that the management of the state is easier. More work now to do less work later. Kind of hard to explain without going over the whole spiel again, but I don't know if people who are watching have seen this before, but up until just last week, this is how I would track the game state. It's just a series of commands to make changes, and it goes into, there's a lot of commands over time, and so it takes servers longer and longer to start up because it has to go replay the entire log. So we're transitioning to a mode now where you would start up with a much shorter log, but base it on a snapshot. And the snapshot says, well, there were 197 commands that were built up into this snapshot. And a snapshot's more of a traditional database. So here we go, there are 2 players in the game, and this is their latest information. And we just drop all the journal commands that came before this to build it up. So to start up the server now is just install the snapshot and then replay a few entries that were made since the previous snapshot. So that's what we're working on. Hey there, Frost Ice Cold. Working on making sure the snapshotting works. So we should be able to start the journal with a snapshot and get it back out at the correct point. That's what I'm adding right now. So that is the start method of journal. So I'm adding it here, right? Const JSON value. Oh, I guess we're copying it, right? Snapshot equals JSON value. Right, so we already have JSON value. Well, thank you, Incognition. I depend on feedback from you and others. So let me know if I don't have the right mindset. If a valid JSON value, this is the snapshot. Well, this journal is based on this snapshot assembled from previous journal entries. Cool. I'm glad you come by. Glad you find it useful. So the start. Start is such a common word. I'm going to have a huge number of hits on this one. 95, so I need to pare this down somehow. How about start parentheses? 70. Okay, that didn't work so well. Search for something nearby. How about swap? I don't use swap so much. There we go. Only 8. So we're adding snapshot to start. So there's 1. Oh, I guess I copied the default. Fine. Copy the default. There's where you use it. There's where it's implemented, so go up to find, here we go. Snapshot. And then there's some mocks here that do the same kind of a thing. Don't need that mock to do anything, right? This needs to declare it. Okay, make sure it builds. Way too easy for me? I always feel really challenged. Well, thank you guys. Well, Jalmega, that sounds very unfunctional programming friendly to me. Syntax highlighting breaks partially when you have functions returning functions. Very definition of functional programming. All right, I added this new test. Let's run it. It will fail. We fix it by implementing the thing. So the thing is, we need to just hold on to that snapshot. So impl snapshot is snapshot. So that's going to be stored here. And I'm going to copy from the header file what it is. Here. And then we need to return it on request. So get snapshot needs to return it. I don't think I need to worry about the lock, do I? Oh, wait a minute. We might be in the middle of swapping, so that is important. Yes. Actually, that returns a reference. Is that safe if we're doing a swap? Oh, and I need to remember to swap the snapshots too. So let me augment the swap use case. Yeah, let's add something here. Okay, do the same kind of a thing. So at the end here, where is it? Here. Expect equal to snapshot. New journal get snapshot. Oh no, it's journal get snapshot. The new journal is has the old one. Made a class that could behave really different in a lot of tests. Basically, C++, a class that has a list of function pointers. Okay. Return type is prepended with arrow. Stops highlighting the moment you hit the second arrow. Yeah. Well, IntelliSense is not perfect, as we've seen many times, right? Let's make this one pass first. It passes, so does this one pass? I don't think so, because I didn't implement that. So that is swap. I don't have a swap for JSON, but I think the normal swap will work. I think it just uses move assignment internally. Actually, where does it do? Interesting. I don't know what it does. Who knows what it does? It goes into STL hell. All right. Yeah, it works though. Let's run all the things again. Oh, I'm running the wrong things. It's journal test I want to run. Down here. Okay, cool. So let's do that check-in next. This is implementing the snapshot. Journal now accepts the snapshot. Journal now includes, optionally, snapshot contents. Thanks for the follow, Sneeze. That's you? Okay, so to fit it all together, the main program will just give the snapshot to the journal. And then this will all work, sort of, right? No, I don't have a snapshot callback yet. That's something the executor needs to do, right? How does this work? Right, there's a snapshot delegate. But that's only when it's created. If it's installed, it's different. But well, it's similar. Okay, so the main program actually does some shuffling around of files if a snapshot's created, but if a snapshot's installed, we don't want to do that same thing. But we do want to save it as like game.snapshot. So let me think about this. Yeah, it's gonna be a different callback, but this one is too generic. This should be on snapshot created or something like that. So let's rename it. On snapshot created delegate. Replace all, yes. Okay. All right, now let's find all the places where it's used. So this is again different. It's only in 2 places and only in 1 file, so we can just control, what am I hitting? Control Shift L, and then do that. Create, snapshot created, subscriptions. Let's say created instead of made. I get that all the time, Jelmega. Off by 1 errors. Yeah, that's a typical programming error. Not seeing user types highlighted, yeah. Well, it used to trigger me a little bit like that. It's like, how come it doesn't give it a color? But, I think I've just gotten used to it being not perfect. There's like a bug open with either VS Code or with the C++ plugin that I've been tracking, and people there are very vocal about like that it's taking Microsoft so long to do it. You're pretty lost. What's happening? I'm sorry. That's because I'm showing you my code in a microscope. So if you haven't seen it, I have a highlight where I showed a small scale prototype of what I'm trying to do from the perspective of the game client. Right now, today, I'm working mostly on the game server. And it's kind of hard to show you a big picture because there's a lot of pieces and a lot of interaction between them. So the highlight I just linked might be a little bit nicer because it's not showing the server side, but it's showing the client side, which is a lot simpler. Like it's just one client and it just has one connection and clients in the browser. And you can see what goes over that one connection just by looking at the Chrome debug tools. And it's just one WebSocket connection, messages in both directions. And that might make a little bit more sense. But on the server side, it's a lot more complicated. Hey there, Value in Pharmaceuticals and Perry. How are you doing? VIP. Well, how best to explain what I'm doing now? The algorithm I'm using is called Raft. And if you really wanted to read about it, it's here in this white paper. And I think I showed this before, but I'll show it again. the actual game state looks like a sequence of commands to make changes. And so one kind of command might be to send an email. Another kind of command might be to log in or to create an account. And there you'll see the arguments to the command are like the hash of the password, that kind of thing. The server executes these commands from the beginning of time, essentially, all the way up to the current point. And so the more state we build up, the longer the game runs, the more state, the longer it takes the server to catch up if it's a new server joining the cluster. So the algorithm talks about compacting down the log. So that's what I'm implementing now. That you can take a sequence of those commands and then just drop all the intermediate ones that don't matter anymore. Like in this example, it's 1, 2, and 4 can be dropped because only the last state of x and y matters. And then that's what's called the snapshot. And that has to replace the log. So not only do I have to move that snapshot around in my server code, I also need to save it to disk, because if you start the server up later, we want to read from the snapshot initially because we've lost these entries now that we've removed them. So there's a bit of complicated code because the things that deal with the journal, there are 3 of them. Actually, there are 4 of them. These all deal with that command journal, and so they all interact with each other in different ways. And I'm not the best at making diagrams that you can understand everything, but, you know, I have to balance my time between trying to explain and trying to do it. Thanks for the follow, Dragon Slayer. Or Dragon Slayer, I should say. Right, I was renaming this because there's going to be 2 delegates, right? You can have a snapshot created, or you can have a snapshot installed. So, it's the created one. I'm kind of following all these references down to see where they're used. So this one needs to be renamed, right? So that's publish on snapshot created. Okay, this is wrong. And this is wrong too. Publish the fact that a snapshot was created. And created is the new made. All right. Okay, so where is that called? From here. And it modifies, it looks at that. So let's look at that. Or should I look at, hold on. No, I should look at this. Oh, we call them. Oh, we call them without holding the lock. Okay, so that's I've done enough then. I'm just trying to make sure I rename the snapshot created stuff so that I make room for the other one that I'm about to make. Aha, here's the other one I need to change. So let's change this one to subscribe to snapshots created. Rename. What is a journal? A journal, log are the same thing. So Raft calls it log, I call it journal. So in their examples, it's pretty simple. In the real game, the journal has to actually hold all the data that's changing in the game, so it gets kind of complicated. Like if it's creating a user or logging in, there's like hash codes in there and usernames and which server they logged into. How come the highlight's not working? There we go. Oh, I'm not holding the right key. Anyway, to try to keep this at least a little bit readable, I made it 1 log or journal entry per line, and so this log has 196 log entries in it. It is well, this is also stored to disk, so it's both in disk and in memory. It's in disk so that if the server crashes and boots back up, it doesn't have to receive it from the cluster again. It can retrieve it from the disk. But yeah, it's also stored in memory. In the journal object, I call it a cache. because the single source of truth is the journal file itself. When it reads it into memory, it's called a cache entry. So yeah, ultimately reads from file into this cache, and the cache entry is it remembers where in the journal file it read it from, and then what the entry is. And right now a log entry is just what term, because Raft requires it. That's this number, the top 1, 2, and 3. And then the command itself, which they show examples like x gets 3, y gets 1. Mine are a little bit more complicated. Command is an abstract object, so there are many types of commands, and what they have all in common is that they have a type as a string, and then you can encode them to JSON, which is why the real journal looks the way it does. With I should pin that. It looks like JSON objects because that's what they are. Yes, it's the compilation of the current state. So that if I went and I just said, if I did that, now I've rewound history on the game for this server. It really will only rewind the game state if I do that on a majority of servers. That's what Raft is designed to do. If a majority of servers in the cluster have a command, then it's declared to be committed and it's been done. If some of the servers have it and a majority don't have it, then it hasn't happened yet. So yeah, the Raft, I'll link it again. The algorithm is pretty interesting if you're into algorithms. How to keep a cluster of servers to maintain common state. All right. Where was I? I forgot. It was the journal test, right? No, they all pass. Whoa. This is what happens when I get going a little bit, is I forget where I was. Oh, right, the journal can hold on to state, but the executor doesn't actually set it. I didn't push that. Why not? I don't know why. No, that's okay. I enjoy interacting with chat, and your questions help me better explain future stuff. It gives me practice on answering questions, so it's all good. Okay. Oh, right. I needed to have a callback ready. So let's add the test framework for that. I moved the other one out of the way, so to speak. So I want to have two things you could subscribe to. Actually, you know what? I don't have to do that. And I didn't check that in, did I? I'll keep this because a more specific name is better. But I don't strictly need this. So let's just keep it though. So use more specific term for subscribing to snapshots created. I actually don't need the executor to do this because the snap... Oh, wait a minute. No, I do. I'm going back and forth because I'm confused. It's going to come in from Raft. Actually, the way it comes in is through the journal, right? I have journal events. Subscribe to events, yeah. Yeah. Okay, this is where I want to add it then. But it was good to rename it in the other place because otherwise it'll be confusing that there's two different delegates to talk about snapshots. So the executor will tell us when a snapshot's created. The journal will tell us when a snapshot's installed. So let's add that. Another type here. Alt left goes back to your cursor. It's a good idea to know where you left. Yeah, I'm using my mouse to do that. It's sort of the same thing, right? And on Linux, it's like Control Alt minus or something. This is the type of delegate called when a snapshot is installed to the journal. And the real journal is going to need to update its base index when this happens. So do I have tests for that? I don't. This is when it's loaded from file. Hold on, I'm getting confused. I have get snapshot, but no set snapshot. Okay. Oh, I didn't. Okay, I should rename that one while I'm at it. This is set snapshot installed. Delegate. And snapshot delegate should be snapshot installed delegate. I think I just messed it up though. I think I just replaced both delegates. Yeah, I screwed it up. Let's undo this and that. Oh, did that only do it for one file? Shoot. Well, good thing I have Git. Okay. I do want to keep those, so is it in Raft? Okay, so that's fine then. So it was just the one thing that I messed up. Wait, what happened here? Oh, I was in the middle of making a change there. Okay. I don't want that. I do want these, though. Snapshot delegate to snapshot installed delegate. That's in Raft. Okay. Let me put that in my clipboard. Go over to Raft and use that there. Doot, doot, doot. Oh, I'm probably not done either. Yeah, see, that's not changed either. Snapshot installed delegate. Oh, that's the wrong box. Put it in there. Yes. Change them all. Well, the thing is, they say Raft is simpler than the alternatives, and the algorithm inventor came up with like a whole study with students of both his algorithm and the at least one other popular other algorithm, and to sort of establish proof that his was easier to learn. Yeah, distributed servers aiming to keep a consensus. That's exactly right. That's what it does. I want to amend that. Commit, because I haven't pushed it yet. And the same thing here, right? Yeah, we're ahead. Amend. Not that change, but these two. And make sure I didn't miss something else. Okay, this I can rename too. Okay, this I should rename as well. This I should rename. Snapshot installation announcement. Long names. Okay. Amend. Oh, I should do that. That's gonna break. It renamed in the CMake too, so I need to rename it here. Cool. Actually, let's just say star, because it's also an announcement, right? Okay. Cool. Don't be depressed. You should just be inspired by all the things that you can learn. And don't get too intimidated. There's always going to be stuff that you can't get to. Okay. Make sure everything still runs. Running all the things. Yeah, just don't get depressed about it, though. Life's too short to be depressed. That's not really a great thing to say, right? That's the old school of thought that people just like say, don't be depressed. Sometimes you can't help it. It is what it is. Let's see. Yeah, I know. Think about what Jamega is doing with his millions of lines of generated code and subtle problems in name mangling. Okay, let me look at my diagram. Ultimately, who cares if a journal is installed? Raft will tell the journal that it's been installed, right? Or that ilog interface? No, it doesn't. Maybe that's the problem. There's a get snapshot, but not a set snapshot. Actually, really fundamentally, when it happens, we have to throw away the old journal. So who is calling? No one's calling this yet, right? Right, well, yeah, no one's calling it. Who's calling this one? The Raft component is, so it's the coordinator? I only have commands here, but there's also callbacks. Okay. Flabbergasted, there you go. I get it. 4 core, 2 OS, 5 Win32 appears very often. Alright. Interesting. Both commands and callbacks come back from Raft to the coordinator. Is that what makes sense? That we'll get a callback in the coordinator, and the coordinator will tell the executor to do its thing. What's it gonna do though? I need to stop and think some more. When we get a snapshot installed, we really need to start off a new journal. So that needs to go all the way back to the main program. What does the executor do with the journal? Subscribe to journal. What does it subscribe to? New entries and commits. That's to the journal. That's this thing, but really it's coming all the way from up here. I think I do need to route it that way. Actually, in the executor, does it matter? I think it does. The executor does the swap right here. Actually, I have a better idea. We don't need a swap with a new one. We can just install the snapshot in that journal. And yeah, okay. So that's a journal thing, right? Yeah, okay. That would be in Raft then. Replication? Follower install snapshot, right? So maybe I don't need this whole mechanism. Maybe it's just told to the journal. Oh, Gelmega's making his own language that interrupts with C. Oh, the executor, what it does is it takes in journal entries. Essentially, do I have that pin still? It takes in this sequence and it builds that out of it. So this is like the current state, and the snapshot sort of reflects what we have in memory. So over time, you would develop a bigger snapshot. I'm collapsing config because it gets in the way. So the commands that went into the journal help build up the database, so to speak, of the game. It's like who the players are, what characters are, that kind of thing. That's all the executor does. And part of that right now is it has to decide when to actually make new snapshots. So that's why I was thinking when a snapshot is installed, the executor should get involved. But now I think I'm wrong. Where did I... Okay, here. I think we just want the Raft to just tell the journal, hey, install a snapshot. And then the journal will have a callback to something. Something has to write to the file. That's the problem. Why don't I just I'll make it a call. I'll leave it the callback, and it'll be the coordinator that does it. So the coordinator will, or it doesn't need to be the coordinator. He was already registering some callbacks. Yeah, compiler theory, like, unless you actually put it into practice, it's one of those classes you take. It's a really hard class, and when you get through it, you start forgetting it almost immediately. Raft, right? Okay, maybe I should turn this around. I actually, where I want it to end up is in the main program here eventually, right? This make new journal, who gets that? Is that the executor? Okay, the executor wants a journal factory, and we provide it. Actually, I could, here's where I could do the subscription. Yeah, okay, I know what to do. I just need to consolidate there's two places where I make a journal. Hear the dog barking? Or not? Hopefully the noise gate cuts out some of the barking. Woof, exactly. I have loud kids playing in the background. Right, I have a start journal here. So what if I have a third function that I can call to hook the journal's, oh wait a minute, no, what am I doing? This has access to Raft directly. Raft. And we're subscribing to diagnostics. I could also subscribe, yeah, I'll just do this. Raft, I'm never gonna unsubscribe. Raft, subscribe, or set snapshot install delegate. Here we go. And we just need a delegate. So on snapshot installed, I just need to have that up here. Okay, that plays into this other thing, right? We have on snapshot. That's really on snapshot created. So the executor tells us when new snapshots are created. Raft tells us when a snapshot is installed. And it just has to match this prototype, which will be all the information we need. Great. So that goes there. Cool. I think writing it backwards from the main program up will help. Respond to a snapshot installed by Raft algorithm. What were we talking about? Oh, spectators alert 34 at the moment. I think a lot of people just watch or are listening to someone else working while they work, right? Which I'm fine with. You know, really, I don't mind being distracted by questions. Okay, this is the snapshot that was installed. Really, this should say that was created. Okay, now what are we gonna do? I think what I'm supposed to do is take that snapshot and write it to disk. And we also need to know the generation number. So we're gonna change our generation number by reading it out. So it's really the opposite of this. It's some of this. So this much of it. Only I can't use that new. I want to do this one first in reverse. So game journal generation equals read as, is that a size T? I forget. It is a size T. So it's a snapshot. So when we get the game journal generation, then we use that to form the new snapshot file. Where is that done? Here. Oh, no, I should do it the same way, right? Write it, and then when we're done, replace it. Yeah, let's do that. So that means I don't have to do that here. I can just write it. So write the snapshot first. And then if we succeed, it becomes the game snapshot, doesn't it? So move, right? This one. The latest is just game.snapshot. And then we have to tell the journal what its base, index, and term are. Can we do that? Journal. Oh, that's a, Maybe that's not something we're supposed to do. That might be something I should expect the Raft to tell the journal. Yeah, let's make that a requirement of Raft. I wouldn't say that, Leonardo Smith. A lot of the time, what dev streamers are doing on stream, the listeners don't really understand because it's just I'm working on something with a microscopic view. You're only seeing 30 something lines of code out of 50,000, so it's normal not to really understand what's going on. But I've come to understand that it's just nice to have this community. Once in a while, I will run into a problem, and a viewer will say, "Oh, I know how to solve that," or have a suggestion. And so that's that. It's that sense of community and working together, taking suggestions, taking feedback, and it'll probably. I hope that the stream gets more interactive when what I'm showing on screen is less code and more actual game dev, like showing the interface of the game and showing the content of the game, and I'm actually building the content. I'm sure I'll get a lot more interaction saying, you should make the orc have pointier horns or something, But for right now, it's a microscopic view of code, and so it's normal that no one's really gonna necessarily understand what's going on, and that's fine. We're still here to work together on our various projects and form a community, right? So, back to Raft. Replication. So yeah, in addition to calling the callback, I think I want to expect that the log has been told about the new term and index. That's what I want. So I basically want this to happen. I want the mock log base index to be 100 at the end of this, and also the commit index. And I want the term to match. So the term is 4. base term. So that will not be true right now, but we'll make it so. Interested in what your lines of code are? Yeah. I get asked that once in a while. To me, it's not so interesting of a statistic. Because, I guess because it's fluid for me and it's constantly changing, and I guess I don't really feel any sense of pride over the number of lines. I feel more proud about features I get accomplished and what it can do. And right now it can't do much other than replicate some state about you logging in and creating accounts. When I actually have a game, I'll start to feel more proud, I think. All right. Yeah, so it's not picking up the updated information. I want to make it so. In order to do that, I'm going to change the interface one more time. I think I'm going to make setters for a few of these things. So when is get snapshot called? That's when we're installing a snapshot. Actually, you know what that means? We should just have a set snapshot. So let me make another step back. Yeah, here we go. We're going to be able to see the snapshot from two different places, right? So we'll have the snapshot come through the callback, and we'll also see it if we ask the log for its snapshot. All right. Yeah, so that means I'm going to turn this, it's going to be fully reversed. So set snapshot, or install snapshot. Let's just call it what it is. So it'll be a JSON value, a base index, or should I just use the same words? Same words as in ICE server. Yes, this exact thing. Equals 0. In fact, I can copy some of the same, oops, some of the same information up here. 28,000 lines? Not bad. So update, let's say update the journal to reflect that it's based on a snapshot. Okay, I guess we're keeping that the way it is. All right. So wherever get snapshot is, we're making an install snapshot. Mock log. This is the one where I need to do it, have it do something, right? This snapshot is snapshot. Base index is last included index. Commit index. And base term, last included term. Okay. Here's the override. This one needs an override as well. This is the real journal, which so I will do nothing yet until I've tested it. Actually, let's mark that this needs implementation and test. Or needs test and implementation. And here's another mock. This one I don't think it cares. This one doesn't mock that aspect of it, so it doesn't need to do anything. But we do need to declare it overridden there, and this is from the executor's point of view. It also doesn't care. Just do nothing. Hey there, Bud Hayes? Is that how you say your name? Greetings from Poland. So it's good evening then, if you're in Poland. All right, so let's see if this builds. This should build and not pass because it's not actually installing the snapshot. Okay, so I have a compiler error. Hit the wrong key. I told it to build again. Oh, there it built. Interesting. Transient problem with the tools, I think. Right, so it's not installing the snapshot. So let's do that. It makes sense to do that before the callback, right? So in where is it? Installing. That's when we're sending. It's when we're receiving it. So on receive, install snapshot. Right, so at this point, in this point, we will say to the log keeper, shared, log keeper, install snapshot. And the snapshot is snapshot. And then these two terms, index and term, and then we're done, right? That should make the test pass now. Let me quickly go to the test so I don't lose my place when it does that. Run. Still didn't work. Okay, we're off by one. Oh, do I have the wrong number in the expectation? What's the term it's based on? Oh, it's 7. Why do I have 4? I got numbers wrong. Shouldn't that be 4, not 7? I think it doesn't matter. It can't be 7 though. That doesn't make sense. Let's pick 3 because then it's different from this one. Oh, wait, no, hold on. That's its current term. Yeah, that makes sense. We can do that. C++ primer? Oh, another book I've been recommending is Scott Meyer's book. So that's Effective Modern C++ from by Scott Myers. This one's pretty good because it's broken up into small chapters for interesting topics, so you can just pick those topics and not read it cover to cover. So I've been recommending that book. Okay, run the test again. Yay, it's passing. So now the journal will be told about the snapshot, and then I just have to have the real journal update its information. The server, tell the journal when a snapshot is installed. Commit. Push that. Okay, so let's update journal now. Well, C++ is used a lot in server-side stuff. So it's been around a long time. I think it's losing ground to JavaScript and Python, but there's still a whole lot of code written in C and C++. And I don't know. It's not like the only language, of course, but it's one language you could learn for new tech. I just use it because I'm so familiar with it, but you don't have to use it. You could use Python or JavaScript or other languages. They're just as viable for new tech. Oh, what books did I recommend? It was Scott Meyer's book. I'm meaning to make this a a link. So this one. Let me make a note to make that one. Add a command or a page for book recommendations. All right. Actually, if you guys have book recommendations for other languages, I should incorporate those. Because I'm sure we'll have people coming in who are new programmers who are like, what are resources you guys recommend? We could have a list for that. Apparently C++ is slower than C, though, from what I've read recently. a controversial topic, right? How fast languages are. Okay. I need to go to journal next, right? Journal tests. So this was start from snapshot. So next I'll have an install snapshot. So here what we'll do, let's have a snapshot, and then we'll start without one. And then we'll tell the journal to install the snapshot, and then we'll have those other numbers that we had before. And then we'll have the same expectations on the way out. Actually, shouldn't I have the checks for... I should have the other checks. Expect equals 100 for journal dot get base index and term, right? That's what I should have done. Oop, one extra line. Speak 100 to 130 words a minute average. Huh. I feel like I've missed chat a little bit. I've missed some. If you guys ever ask a question or make a comment and I don't respond, I might not have seen it. You can always just tag me. Send it again and tag me. Okay. What is... I'm just hitting the wrong buttons today. I'm already getting tired. Cool, yeah. I haven't implemented that yet. Let's implement it. Install snapshot. I think it's pretty simple. The journal doesn't really care other than to cache it, right? So, oh no, it's a little bit more. We'll record it. We'll set our base index. And our commit index. You write all my mocking by hand? Yeah. I haven't really looked into mocking frameworks. Fake-it, I guess, is one, right? And then Google Mocks. I've been still learning how to do test-driven development. So there are probably lots of tools I could be using that I'm not yet. There's a base term. I need to record that, right? Last included term. And then will this always be called when we have no journal to begin with? So maybe then it's... Actually, no. I think it's safe to clear the cache, right? Cache clear. And we should probably reset the file that we're in. Because when append is called, it's going to write to the file. So we should, yeah. Should go to the file and reset it. So set position 0, set size 0. And let me make sure I understand what set size does. It calls f truncate on Linux and set end of file after setting position on Windows. Okay, that'll work. And these things return things. That does not. That does. I don't care about it. Oops, I already lost my place. I hate it when that happens. Hate it, I hate it, I hate it. But it's at the end, right? So I can just rerun it here. Why does the snapshot have 100 in it? Did I make a noob mistake? What? How did it get 100? Why is it an integer 100? Oh, because I had the arguments backwards. It's like that, right? That's funny. Because int is convertible to JSON, it just worked. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna check that in and then I need to take a quick bathroom break and I'll be back. Be back for another at least 15 minutes, right? Okay, see ya, Frost Ice Cold. Actually, if this passes when I come back from a little break, I'll actually try this out on the real game server, and then hilarity will ensue, I'm sure. The big test will be bringing a new server up online. That should install it from a snapshot, right? Actually, there is another problem I forgot about. I need to do this. It's gonna actually be a problem for me very soon unless I fix it. So don't allow snapshots to be made during cluster reconfiguration, or hilarity will ensue. Right now I'll prevent that just by, I'll up the snapshot interval so that we don't make new snapshots. But I will be right back, just a few minutes. I'm back. All right. Trying the real code. I think I have this set up to run the admin console. Let's see. Yeah, let's put it on dark mode though. There we go. All right. YOLO, I guess. Let's just run it. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to reduce the snapshot interval. Let me do that. Oh, this might be because of this. Why isn't this connecting? Why is this not connecting? Oh, maybe I didn't have the key loaded. Ah, that's what it is. Okay. This key is not secret. It's just my local test key. It is it this one? There we go. I have to not do that for the real game, or otherwise you guys will be able to log in and as admin. All right. So let me take the game offline. And we're going to adjust the snapshotting interval so that we don't actually create snapshots while we're testing this. Yeah, it's just a test key for now. You don't like dark mode, huh? Well, too bad, because Discord got rid of light mode today. Okay, config snapshot interval. Where are you? Snapshot interval. Okay, let's put it to 1,000. Okay, here goes nothing. So this should not create new snapshots just by starting up. It did not. I have the verbosity turned up quite a bit. All right, here goes nothing. So I'm going to tell it to make a new server, 13, localhost 13, 80, 90, 80, 190. Here we go, add. And it crashed. Oh well. And it's still crashing. The orchestrator is trying its best to keep it from to restart it. Let me stop the orchestrator. Oh, actually I have a button for that. There we go. So I actually have this up so I can debug it now. If I do attach to, yeah, I already have this set up to attach to an app, and then I can do realm server 13 and see why it's crashed. So I can hit retry, and there it is. Out of range in some vector. The term is wrong for index 212. Base index is, oh, that's not right. It shouldn't be 0. Oh. I guess we do need to check there if it's out of range. I have an underflow check, but I don't have an overflow check. What should it return if... what should I have it return? Hold on, why did it go into there? If that is greater than... I thought that would short circuit it. That 212 is greater than 0, and there's an OR, so why is it going into there at all? Doesn't OR short circuit? C++, not V++. That's the secret new language that I'm working on. C++, logical OR short circuit. Okay, and now I'm going to hit that button. Where's the button to turn off the... Find it here. There we go. Had enough of that April Fool's joke. It says it's not evaluated. So why is it evaluating it here? It's going into get term even though this condition is true. It shouldn't have gone into there, should it? Maybe I shouldn't be depending on the short circuit. It says unless it's overloaded. Is it overloaded? No. You're guaranteed that it'll be valued first. Right, but so if this is true, right? 212 is greater than 0, so it shouldn't evaluate that at all. But for some reason it is. It's going into get term, which is crashing because, yeah, it's out of range. But the journal should never be asked for the term of an entry that it doesn't have. And that's what this was supposed to guard against. I was depending on the short-circuiting to work here. It shouldn't call that. Like the only way, if this short-circuiting is still working, the only way that this could actually happen is if one of these got modified. But this is holding on to a mutex, right? Ultimately? Ultimately, we're holding on to a mutex, so it shouldn't be modified. Oh, is that what it is? Ah ha ha. Frisbee got it. It's skipping that, but it's actually executing that. But before it can call that, it has to get the argument. One of the arguments is that. That's what it was. Okay, so it's the okay. I'm just dumb. Okay, so how do I kill everything cleanly now? I think I just go kill them all. Kill them all! Where are they? Did they all die? No, they're still running. Where are they running? How come I'm not seeing them? They're showing up here? Huh. I expected to see them here, but I don't see them. Let's just do, what was it, details? Details. Go to details. Here they are. Die. Die. You see him go red there. Kind of cool. Okay. Let me fix this. I guess I'll just redo the OR. To have a different variation of the message. Okay, so that's that. And oh, but there we go. So we get rid of these two. Okay. So unfortunately, to back things up, actually I can see what the side effect was. Did it actually create the snapshot or not? There's 13. Nope, it didn't. Never got that far. But let's blow it away. Yes, blow away server 13. I need to blow away new config. Config has to have 13 removed. Okay, it doesn't have it in there. So we're good there. And then I have a script here to restore the states. Let's restore from backup. Because I anticipated problems like that. So now we back up from before we even made snapshots in the first place. Actually, this isn't going to create any snapshots, is it? Because I set it to 1,000. So let's fix that for a second. 10. Run it again. It should create snapshots. There, it created a bunch of snapshots. And then set it back to 1,000. And now try, once it comes back up, try to add server 13. YOLO. It crashed. And it's crashing more than once, so I gotta go hit this button when it crashes the third time. There we go. Shut down the orchestrator, and now I can debug again. Attach to number 13. Retry. Here's the another one. So what's going on here? From 89 to 198, it's being told to commit. Oh, it's actually on that line, isn't it? Interesting that it didn't crash right away. What does the actual game state folder have in it right now? Oh, we have a snapshot in there, but it's not valid JSON. Okay. Why would that be? Let's see what happened when in the log. If there's any. Replicating log to server 13. Okay, so what point did 13 get added? Right here. So start reconfiguration. So right, it's trying to replicate and it's backing up, and it should back up until it gets back to the base index. Installing snapshot, there we go. So 198 entries ending in term 14. Is that what term we're in? 14? Term 89. So what's the 14 meant? What did the 14 mean? Or maybe I just need to scroll that. No, ending in 14. Oh no, it's all garbage. It's a huge number. Okay, maybe that's a clue. Oh, there's no ending at. That might have screwed up the formatter. Okay, what else can I learn from here, though? So it will have installed the snapshot and then tried to add the 7 entries after the snapshot. So what happens? I mean, this looks okay. Then 13 is killed because it failed to ping quickly enough. Oh, probably, yeah, because it crashed. It's that first crash. I have to be quick. Yeah, I think I just need to run this again. I have to be quick and catch it on the first crash. All right. So stop them all. So it'll crash on its own. I just need to kill 10, 11, and 12. Restore. Put this back to 10. Let's wipe out server 13's data. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. I'm playing with servers that are crashing. How are you doing? I'm trying to start a new server into the cluster and have it start data with a snapshot and not the entire journal. Yeah, well, this is not normally how I would do it in the real game. Although it makes me think I could have an action called kill, because the orchestrator can kill servers if it does it all the time. That would be more convenient, right? But the problem is now, like, the orchestrator is set to restart the server if it crashes, so it goes into an endless restart loop. Which would mean if I had another mode, like, don't restart killed servers, that'd be another way. These are maybe good ideas, I should write them down. So some ideas for debugging improvements. Mode in orchestrator where crashed servers are not restarted. And then command for orchestrator to manually kill server. One or two of those will allow me to control it completely from here and not have to go to task manager. Okay, restarting things, right? I want this snapshot interval to initially be 10. So it's going to set it up, make a bunch of snapshots. It just did it all. And then Control C and then set it to 1,000. Start it up again. It won't make any further snapshots. And then here we should be able to... I have to quickly hit shutdown orchestrator after the server 13 crashes in order to see its state. Otherwise, the orchestrator kills it too quickly. Alright, so add, and then hang on this button. Shut down orchestrator. And then I can go attach the debugger here. Or attached, I hit retry. There's the first original crash. The same place. Okay, yeah, it's going way out of range. I guess this makes sense, right? Actually, this commit index shouldn't be 90. Why is it 90? Yeah, we have 195. Why is it picking... Right. Actually, this shouldn't... Okay, hold on. What's going on here? Commit index is 195. Because I set it down here. I'm telling the journal to commit up to 195. The journal says, okay, why is this going to from 90 though? That's weird. Can I look at some of its other state here? Maybe get some clues? Yeah, so it's based on a snapshot. It starts at 195. Why is it going to 9? Okay, that's a clue. I might have mixed two variables up. That could be it, right? What does the install snapshot do? Oh, yeah, that's it. Okay, I should do the right thing and catch that in a unit test, right? So let's go ahead and kill these guys. All right. Unit test to catch that bug. That's in the journal. Oh yeah, I was just never checking it. I'm just being stupid. So how do I get out the commit index? There's no way to get it. Okay. So what's a side effect? I can figure out what it is. Committing something new should commit from the old index. Okay, so I think we'll do it this way. So this will be a new test. Whoops. Where is my cursor? There it is. This is a lot of stuff to copy. So I can't do that. But this is the initial conditions down to here. So we start it, and then before, well, we don't actually have to append entries, right? No, we that's what we do. We have a snapshot, and we're gonna have some new entries. We're gonna start and then install from a snapshot, and then append 3 entries onto the end of that. And then what I'll do is I'll commit like one of those, and it should start. It should only it should commit from 101 up. So let's see. I guess I only really need 1 entry. I don't need all 3 of them. Make a subscription. I don't care about this, do I? Oh, I was just testing stuff. So remove that. So commit 101 should only give me the 1 test entry, and it shouldn't crash. Right? And then I don't need this stuff. And this is the assert. Now, what did I do wrong here? Oh, example entries. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh, because this name is not unique. Okay, so this is commit after snapshot installed. Okay, cool. So let's run that and see it crash. It crashed. So let's fix it. It's a 1-line fix. When we install that snapshot, we have to use the index, not the term. Yay. All right, let's check that in. Incremental changes here. So that's in the journal, right? Oh, I didn't check in this previous work. Oops. I should probably just do that. Or was I waiting to see it actually work and then check it all in as one shot? I'll just check it in now. So this is add journal snapshot installation. Go ahead and be optimistic and just push it. Okay. So restore. Actually, restore, I should just have it wipe out the 13 folder, shouldn't I? Hey there, Crumpet. How are you doing? Well, take that back. I'll just wave. And say, I can't wait to see you guys streaming again. You and Mr. Muffles. I miss you guys streaming. You may have been streaming and I've missed it because I've been really busy. I've been pretty busy, Crumpet. I'm trying to get my log compaction and snapshotting working with adding new servers, and so it's a whole new world of hurt. Okay, let's wipe out server 13. We'll try one more time. Okay, so the order of operations is snapshot interval of 10, so we get snapshots created, and then restore, reserve. So then we should see snapshots getting created here. There they are. So we have a bunch of snapshots. Stop the cluster. Change the snapshot interval to 1,000 because I don't want any more snapshots made. And then we're going to go into the admin console. You know what? I need to have a clear key here to clear this big window. And I'm going to add a new server. Localhost 13. Unlucky server number. And I'm going to start and get ready to hit the shutdown if I get a crash. Not crashing. I don't know what it's doing though. What is it doing? It's stuck in a loop. Let's just kill it then. It didn't crash, but it got stuck. Actually, it's transmitting a lot of messages, isn't it? Let's see what it did. Okay, snapshot's invalid. No log entries. This is not good. So where did it get stuck? Did this run here? Add a test for when a snapshot's created and requested from a new server at the same time. Those things can't actually happen at the same time. But yeah, it like snapshots created maybe like immediately before or after a new server is added. Yeah, I can do that. Let me get this current test passing now though, or figure out what this bug is. What I wanted to do was prevent, don't allow snapshots during cluster reconfiguration, because it leads to a lot of sticky issues, and we can really snapshot whenever we want to, so I'm perfectly within my rights to not snapshot while we're adding a new server. Okay. But actually, yeah, when I implement this, I do want to have a test to make sure it doesn't happen. So what happened here? So it's basically backing up, and then it figures out, it should figure out at some point that, hey, yeah, we have to install a snapshot. Installs a snapshot. It sends the 7 entries after the snapshot. Oh, wait a minute, that was the previous run. Never mind. Probably see the same thing again down here, right? Okay, I scrolled too far before. Is this it? Okay, here, installing snapshot, replicating log. And it's doing it over and over and over again. Why would it be doing it over and over and over again? If it got a failure to install? Okay, 13 did connect to its public port at some point. Let's see what 13 has to say. Mismatch. 195 is greater than 0. Right, received install snapshot. Receive the 7 entries, advancing to 195, mismatch again. Why a mismatch? Hey there, Hamida. Okay, so there are 2 different problems. The snapshot is invalid JSON. The second problem is that after it received the snapshot and received the 7 entries afterwards, it basically said we haven't committed that snapshot yet. Why would it do that? This might be one of those problems where I have to take a break and think about it later, because it's past my stream time. We'd really like to get this to work, though. Maybe it's something simple when we receive a snapshot. Let me review the code. So when we receive a snapshot, it's on, receive, install snapshot. Here's where I print that message we saw here. It's actually multiple times received, right? There's the first one. It's formulating a response. Its current, let's see, is that maybe this one? We are in term 94, so the 2 numbers are 94, so they're equal, so it will go into this. It isn't a leader, so it should do that. Right, it should do this install snapshot. It got the snapshot from the message receiver, yeah. I should verify that that's correct. Or if I could just print it here. Oh, you know what it could be? The snapshot being invalid JSON, I might have just not been careful enough when I wrote the main program changes. This delegate here. No. So it's invalid when it got to that point. Where do we call it? Right here? JSON value. There's where the snapshot is stored. There's where we form it in the beginning. Okay, the queue snapshot announcement does eat the message. I need to be careful about that. But it does move it into there, and then we move the whole announcement into there. Okay, it does do move semantics, so... And it moves it after we called install. Maybe this is the problem. Let's see. Wait a second. Message details, then the snapshot. No, that should be fine, right? Isn't message something we can modify? Yeah, it's our own local copy of it. I don't know. I am baffled. Anyway, that's... I don't know why the snapshot's invalid JSON. It shouldn't be. Actually, I think I know why it's invalid JSON. I think the main program isn't actually installing, it's setting it. Yeah, I forgot. That's right. I forgot that part. Okay, that aside, what's the other problem caused by this mismatch? Why are we getting a Actually, no, we're not getting a mismatch. We're advancing it. And then a mismatch? Why would we advance it and then get a mismatch? So on receive, pen entries, we advance the commit index. And it's a second argument. Its last index is still 0. Oh, wait a minute. Where do we advance last index? Is that the problem? Set last index is what does it. Append log entries does it. If we receive log entries, we do it. Oh, that's right. Okay, that's what it is. So I think I know what the two problems are. The main program isn't giving the initial journal a snapshot copy, so when it's all invalid. Let me fix that first. That's just I forgot to do it in the main program. That's what it is. It's when we start the journal. We read the latest snapshot in here, but we don't give it to the journal. So that's down here. So I need to have a copy of this journal. Here. JSON value snapshot. So that's basically latest Actually, they just do it this way. Latest snapshot equals that. And then this gets the latest snapshot. So that's one problem. Let me verify that problem first. So this should be enough to actually get the snapshot onto server 13. If I fixed it right. Restore. Wipe 13 away. Set up some snapshots to begin with in 10, 11, and 12. There we go. Move it back to 1,000. Start it up again. Get ready here. Add local host. 13, 80, 90, 81, 90. Go. And now it's in its infinite retry loop, right? Because of the other problem. But I can control C that out. And see that the snapshot should be here. Hey, look at that. The snapshot made it. And so that should match the snapshot of the leader. I mean, it looks fine to me. So the one remaining problem is the journal. The index isn't being advanced. So for that, I should make a unit test. But let me check this. This is a main program, integration layer bug that here. So realm server host. And this is what install snapshots when loading journal, right? Yeah, so it's the initial snapshot. We don't have to do it for new snapshots. Correct? Yeah, because the Raft does it for us. No, wait a minute. No, it doesn't. I need to do it in two places then. Start. Yeah, here we need to do it too. Oh, but make new journal isn't given it. Okay. That's more work. I can do that work later. It's this journal factory that's given to the executor. It needs to be given the initial snapshot. Let me make sure that the executor has that. I think it does. Oh, I am so lost right now. Okay, there we go. Journal factory. Oh, we don't have the snapshot yet. Oh, that's right. We don't have it yet. Interesting. Okay, I'll have to think about how to solve this later. This is more work than I have time yet left to do today. So problem. Executor needs to start new journal before it's before the snapshot it's based on has been formed. I think what I'll do there is we'll have to allow the journal snapshot to be replaced. So we start a new journal. We start a new journal here without, so we know the base index and base term, that's fine. And we know the path of the file we're going to write to, but we don't have the snapshot yet. But later, when this is done, it'll be able to, I guess we'll have to have a second callback. Or no, we'll just give the journal directly the snapshot once we've made it. So that's here once we make it. So yeah, probably right here I'll add a line that says shared snapshot state journal arrow set snapshot. But that's more work. Actually, the other problem is a little bit. So this is problem 1. These will probably end up being what I work on tomorrow. So problem 2 is that the set last index is not being called when a snapshot is installed. That's not so much work. I wonder if I could do that now. That's on receive entries. It calls set last index. Here, actually there's 2 places it can be called. Why do I have 2 different places where it can be called? Actually, I don't know why am I calling it twice. Why am I calling it twice? Oh, this is replacing, this is when it has to roll back. This is a rollback, like it says here. And then, okay, so normally it only calls it once at the end, but it calls it a second time if it has to go backwards. Why did I do that? I don't know. I don't think technically I need to do that, right? Oh, to roll back these. Yeah, I remember that. That's a bunch of junk I wish I didn't have to do. That's like almost impossible for me to explain why I have to do it. Yeah, let's forget about that for now. Anyway, that I need to call that from when we receive a snapshot for the same reason. That it has to remember the index of the last entry it's received. Can I do that now? What's the side effect of that? When do we get that back out? I think it's returned from the match index, right? The leader sends it as that, but what about the followers? Yeah, this is going to be tough. So I need to figure out how to test that the last index is updated when a snapshot. Let's just say that. Let's cut it at that. So I need to figure that out. Right now, I think I need to eat something and take a break. But when I get back to it, I'll have to figure that out so I know how to fix that problem. And then this problem is more of a problem of need to be able to set snapshot on the journal from the executor. Yeah. So those 2 problems I'll work on tomorrow. Well, good night. I'm heading out anyway, so you're not going to miss anything. Have a good evening. Just another anti player. All right. Yeah, I think I'm done for the day. So yeah, working tomorrow on that. Did I have some code I hadn't checked in yet? Oh yeah, install snapshots when loading journal. Sure. Commit that. Commit this, I'll make sure I didn't miss anything, and then we'll go raid someone. And then I'll go eat. I had a modification here. What was it? Oh, yeah. That was, Frisbee found this bug. Thank you, Frisbee. Props to Frisbee for seeing this bug. Okay, fix a problem in diagnostic message. Accessing array out of bounds. There we go. What mic do I use? Don't I have that under specs? I think I do. Let's see. It is an Audio-Technica AT 2005 USB. I picked this mic specifically for the dramatic fall off with distance because I have loud kids in the background, and I want their yells and stuff to not be very loud. So the mic is pretty good with that, especially if you have a noise gate and I don't talk while they're screaming. It's actually pretty good. But the downside is I have to talk really close to it. If I talk further away from it, you can't hear me so well, right? The volume of my voice really drops dramatically if I get far away from the mic. Okay, so yeah, tomorrow I'm going to be working on these. Well, either tomorrow or between now and tomorrow I'll work on these. I haven't decided yet. I'll either be working on this tomorrow or I'll be working on something completely different tomorrow. Just yell at them. I can't yell at them and work on this at the same time though. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not sure what I'll be working on tomorrow. What I end up doing anyway is the night before I will go into my disk. I will go into this plan here and add a 153 to show my plan. And also I announce on my Discord like some minutes before I start streaming to talk about what I'm going to be working on so that you know if it's going to be interesting or not. So anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. Let's find out who's still streaming, then I can go raid. Oh, there's a lot of people streaming today. Hey, you too, Crumpet. Are you going to stream now? I can raid you. There's a lot of people streaming. I'm having a hard time picking. Need some food as well. Yeah, I understand that. Oh, it's Sorkenheimer's birthday? What's he doing? Like he's playing a game, and now I have to watch an ad. Oh well. I kind of want to raid another dev streamer, though. School mailroom. Okay. Cool. Steampunk? Should we raid Steampunk? Maybe. Actually, how about Rhyolite? You guys know Rhyolite? Oh, he's not going anymore. Oh, Simuleos is going. Maybe we should raid Simuleos. Well, actually I'm on the fence, so maybe we'll rate Streampunk Programmer. Just because Trumpet mentioned him. So let me click and see if he's still going. I'm sure he's still going. Okay, yeah. Steampunk Programmer. He's working on pixel art right now. It'd be nice to see new people. Well, I'm on the fence, and you recommend a Steampunk Programmer, so let's go rate him. He's working on pixel art today. I would like to watch pixel artists because I want to get better at it. Let's go say hi, shall we? I'm hitting the button now. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. I will see you guys tomorrow. My schedule is at 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight, so that's 1700 hours. So see you then. Bye. Bye-bye.